Alright, okay. Something new for today. Bringing you massive value, as I would say, in every way. So come what may, I won't stray from the real knowledge that you can't learn in any college, because this vibe coding thing is the message that I'm bringing, that I think is the future of technology and the trend I see that it's going to, I don't know, but I think it's going to keep flowing to where it's going right now. So yeah, I'm just checking to make sure everything is good. The stream. Because last time I didn't check. It was like the first time. Oh, yo, what's up? Doing the stream earlier today. Looking to get done before late. Looking at my analytics. Looking like I should try some different times out, see how it works as far as views and people finding the stream, everything like that. So yeah, everything's going good. Hope everything's going good with everybody watching. So now I'll get back to talking about where I'm at right now, which is the app I created yesterday. This app is skillful. This app has a lot going on, but it's very simple at the same time. Designed it for beginner investors when it comes to option spread. So I have another app. All my apps are going to be right now listed free in the YouTube comments or in the YouTube description. And when I monetize them, they will no longer be there. So take the time to check them out while they're free to share. And here we go. So I got the few of the major option spreads. Option spreads are basically like a combination of different options. So what I can show you right now is like, check out the, oh yeah, I gotta move my picture out of the way. Okay. So basically option spreads are like different combinations of options that you can buy. So like in this case, a bull call spread, this is if you think the price is going to go up. And the main thing I think that would be easiest for beginners is if you look at this chart down here, and it's showing like the green and the red. So this is what this spread would look like. Being a green is in the money. Being in red is going to be out of the money, meaning like losing money. So it's going to track, and not only are you going to have a better idea how these spreads look, but it's going to show you, what way you're trending in. Are you trending going more out of the money? Or are you trending going more into the money? And I want to show you these different spreads, how they look. The next one is a bear. So if you think the price is going down, you would buy this one. And of course, you can even buy a combination of different spreads. So like there's Iron Condor. This is if you think the price is going to stay the same over time. And this is more about like just making money while the price is not moving. And then you got a butterfly. I believe that's yeah, that's about the same thing. Just a little bit different setup than Iron Condor. And then bull put credit spread. Yeah, this is you keep credit if the stock stays above your sold strike. So essentially this is like maybe you don't think the price is going to go up that much, but it's going to stay above. So you can do this, and then it shows like some of the main things, like how to like put this option together right here, the active spread, how much it's going to cost you, what your max profit can be. So like this one's like a lower risk, lower reward. Tug of war time decay, showing you're losing $5 a day with the bought legs, and you're gaining $7 a day with the sold legs. So essentially, like with this one, time is on your side. You collect more rent than you pay. Daily time decay is positive on this one. Most of the other ones that you're looking for the price to move are going to be negative as the time goes by. And we got risk gauges. These are going to be like different aspects of the trade you're in. You can hover over and you can get more information on how they work. So like you can see this bull call spread, the net cost is going to be 350 is what it's going to cost you to get into this one, but the max profit is going to be like double that. And then this one, like that has more profit. Usually you'd be losing money day by day. So essentially you can pick, this makes it super easy for beginners because you can pick like, you know, is the price going to go up? Is it going to go down? Is it going to stay sideways? And essentially these different options, like, you know, in real life, in reality, you're going to be having to like guess what you think the price is going to do. But for these, for someone who's not used to option spreads, you can just pick like a bull rally. Okay, so I'm on an Apple when it's having a bull rally, and this is going to take like, this is a realistic price from the price action from the past. So I think the price is going to go up. I'm going to put in like a bull call spread, and then I can place the trade right here. And I might just buy like 3 or 4. And then you can, it's set up like a DVD player, basically, so you can like fast forward through time. So like most other like option spread paper trading, this would be called, essentially is going to be like in real time. So, you know, each day you're going to have to wait. It's going to take you a month to get a month worth of data. But here you can just go through day by day. You can hit play and have it like kind of slowly go through, or you can like automatically click as fast as you want to go day by day. And you can pause it and it's going to show you like, you know, right now I'm up $109 per I don't think you would say per contract because there's like 2 different contracts, 2 different legs. But anyways, $100 per like per spread, I guess would be the best way to say. And then down here it's showing you like the time decay, basically like how many days you have left before the option expires. And there's more to that I guess I could add about like understanding, like, you know, I should put some more education stuff down here about like what it means when an option expires. But anyways, yeah, just keep going, clicking through. You can click through like 5 days at a time. So I'll just go through until right here when you get close to the expiration. So that when there's 1 day left, you're gonna get like a warning. Essentially, you know, your option is about to expire. So like right here, it's worth 613. I give it 1 more day. It's not really gonna, it went up. So yeah, sometimes that's you know, if you're like probably out of the money, it's good to maybe sell it. Certain situations, that's more of like I think beginners would benefit from it. So maybe I should add that to it. But basically, it's showing you made $650 per spread that you did. So I did 3 spreads. So right here, my original 10,000 went up to basically almost 1,200 or almost 12,000. 20% gain, and that would be like over a month. So essentially, this shows about 2 months. Say I want to try a different spread because I know it's probably going to keep going up because I hit the bull rally. Try the bull put credit spread. And I'm going to buy 3 of these, and then I'll do another like 30 days. Clicking through 5 days at a time. And it also gave me this warning message saying like this one trade could cost you 6% of your bankroll. That's a lot to risk on a single bet. Letting people understand, you know, you don't want to risk more than like 1 or 2% of your entire bankroll. But I did right here, so I probably should have, according to stay like within those rules. But that would be maybe a different app that I could just do like bankroll risk. Although that seems like not very much for like one app. But anyways, yeah, this is you know, expiration is about to hit. And it hit, so I made $252 per each one of these spreads. And you can see like these 3 spreads were the same, but they were different from these 3 spreads. But yeah, now I'm up like 12,706. So anyways, you could play this over and over and try different scenarios with different option spreads. And I feel like this would give you like a massive, if you're a beginner, a massive like education in regards to a really short amount of time when it comes to understanding option spreads. So yeah, just seeing the comments again. Good to see the people that are here so far. Hopefully we can get some more conversations going. Hopefully everyone's helping each other learn about this stuff, because right now this is really like a new trend. I mean, I know a dude in the conversation right now is talking about he's been coding for like 2 years now, so he's definitely like he knows more than me. um but yeah, like everybody's really helping each other out, and that's awesome to see. And hopefully, I definitely know more about investing than I know about vibe coding. So hopefully everybody here is, getting something from me from as far as investing goes. And yeah, the future of vibe coding is going to be awesome. It's like so many new tools. Seems like almost every day. So much to learn, but not enough time. But just got to be good at like, a lot of this stuff is kind of hype. A lot of this stuff kind of like does the same thing as other tools, maybe only like very little difference. But as I start to understand it more, I can see like what tools are more hyped up and what tools are like the best. And just getting better at understanding this stuff every day. Okay, so for today, I'm going to switch now to the process where I basically like do the research for the new app. I've got an idea of what it's going to be, and I'm going to start showing on these live streams. I'm going to start showing my browser when I'm doing the research now. So I'm going to click to my browser, and yeah, there we go. Got Gemini up. Awesome. Um, okay, so I have an idea of what I want to do. It sounds kind of simple, but also I'm not sure that it's going to be able to, like, I'm wondering how well the AI is going to be able to like do what I want it to do. And essentially what I want to do is something in regards to the order book. And I'm going to do it for crypto because it's going to be like the current moment in time. If I were to do it with stocks, it wouldn't let me with the free API see like what's going on currently. But essentially what I want to do with crypto, and I want to break it down, I'm going to have it for beginners. It's going to be, so the order books are like, say you put in a buy order or a sell order, say the price is $5, say that you want to buy it when it's you put a buy order for like $4.99. So like if the price goes down to $4.99, it will place your order. And it's cheaper usually to do it like that than to like buy it at the current price. Because if you buy it at the current price, you're going to be buying it from like the first closest sell order that somebody has a sell order open. But anyways, the main reason I want to do this is because a lot of these orders are like robots. They're robots that are just like shifting their orders around a lot, and they're just trying to like scalp and make like little bits of money here and there over a long period of time by shifting orders around. A lot of it's just trying to confuse people because people see, maybe they see a huge order, like a huge wall of orders like on the buy side, right? Like, oh, there's all these buy orders in, it would take so much money to like break that. It's a good time to buy, or vice versa with the sell. But what they don't know is a lot of these might be robots. So what I want to do is like kind of do a better, should have a like more accurate tool that people can see like which one of these orders are likely robots and which one of these orders are actually like real orders. So they get like a much more realistic view, I guess, of the buy and the sell walls in the order books. And I was like, we were talking yesterday about making some kind of like apps for hypnosis to like maybe have like a spinning circle with like hypnosis style like language on it that could like hypnotize you into like doing whatever you want to do, quitting bad habits, picking up good habits. Like, and I was thinking about why not do something like that for trading, like hypnotize people to, like not make stupid mistakes, like, fear of missing out and buying something when the price is really high just because it's gone up a lot, or selling something at the bottom when they should just keep holding. And I was looking up to do an app like that, and apparently, most like app stores will not allow hypnosis apps. They don't want anything with like flashing lights or like spinning circles that you like. I could basically was saying I could do it, but I couldn't call it a hypnosis app, and I'd have to like make it more like it's just like like meditation or mindset app for investors. And I mean that sounds cool. Like I could still do something like that, but I think it just wouldn't be as fun. Like I thought the idea of doing hypnosis apps would be really cool, but I guess you could do it. You just couldn't like sell it on the app store. You would have to like kind of make your own website. Like so, it's still possible, but maybe I'll do that one later, like just for fun. Maybe on like day 30 or something. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna get started with this. Go ahead and get started with this process. I feel like I might as well just stand up. Yeah, I feel like I definitely need to get more lights on this board. Um, I gotta figure out this lighting situation better. But anyways, also I'm gonna implement something new into my workflow that should have the building process moving a lot quicker and saving more automatically. So yeah, I'll do that when the build starts. So for right now, I'm gonna get started with the research. I would like to build an app that does order book thing for crypto. Like I was vaguely talking to you about. Essentially, I want to have an app that gives a more realistic look at the order book. It kind of like does its best to, show what are most likely going to be real orders and what are probably bot orders. So I guess what I would need to do is I would need to make sure that there's some kind of like free API or free information coming from the crypto side. I'm guessing that I wouldn't be able to get it on the stock side that has like instant order books. And you could look up any crypto ticker and say you look up Bitcoin, it's going to show the order book. Probably like similar to like how they would show it on like Coinbase or any exchange where it shows blocks for different prices, and the block is kind of like sized based on how many orders are there. But it would be, like if the orders are only there for like less than a certain period of time, then it would be marked as likely robot orders. And if the orders had been there for a longer time, then it would be marked as, likely a real order. And also, I want to have some education on it that explains like how the order books work and like how like market maker robots work, and how that applies to especially like beginners so that they understand what's going on better. Um, Let me know what you think of this idea as far as it being possible, especially with getting the right information. And let me know any extra features you think would be a good idea to add. Moving from standard indicator app to a market intelligence tool by focusing on the age of the orders, you're giving beginners a metric that even many pros don't have a clear visualization for. That's awesome. Love coming up with ideas that AI thinks is good, but that's like every idea, I guess. Here's the breakdown of how to make this possible using free professional grade data. The data source, Coinbase Advanced Trade WebSocket. For stocks, level 2 data, the order book is almost never free. That's kind of what I was guessing. However, for crypto, it's completely free and accessible. The tech, I'll want to use the Coinbase WebSocket API. Unlike a standard API that you ask for the data, the WebSocket stays open and pushes every single order change to your app the millisecond it happens. And that is very important because this is like a game of like milliseconds and seconds when it comes to these order books. The benefit, this is the only way to track order age. Your app will watch a new order appears, start a timer, and if that order disappears 2 seconds later, your logic flags it as a Flickr bot order. The honesty algorithm, to make this work for beginners, we can categorize orders based on resting time. The ghosts would be like 1 to 3 second high frequency bots. These orders are usually just phishing for price movement or spoofing. We can render these as semi-transparent or faded blocks. The soldiers, 3 to 30 seconds, standard algorithmic trading or active traders. These are solid blocks. And the whales foundation, these are resting orders. When a large block stays put for 30 seconds or more, it represents real conviction. We can highlight these with a glowing border or a distinct color. Key features for beginners. The heat map mode, instead of just numbers, show a vertical price scale where the resting orders create a heat glow. Beginners can easily see, oh, there's a huge wall of real money at 65,000. The spoof counter, a small ticker at the bottom that says in the last 60 seconds, 45% of the sell orders were canceled within 2 seconds. So it's high bot activity. That's good. So you can like look at certain times of the day and see maybe like the bots are more active at certain times. Interactive tooltips. If a user hovers over a ghost block, a pop-up explains this is a Flickr order. Bots often place these to create false sense of selling pressure. Be careful. Extra pro features, the fill probability. Since you're tracking how long orders stay, you can add a fill probability score. If an order is 60 seconds old, it's highly likely that the person actually wants to buy or sell. If it's only 1 second, the app flags it as low probability of filling. Since this requires a constant stream of data, the code can get heavy. When you prompt Claude Code for this, we should ask it to use a web worker for a very efficient React. Use reducer to handle the thousands of price updates per minute without freezing the UI. Use Shad CN UI for a clean professional dashboard look. Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. So what I'm gonna do is have them essentially create a list of like logic features, and then I'm gonna ask them to like how the best way to explain each one to. I'll just do it. I got this on the stream now, so I might as well just do it without explaining it. Okay, so what I want to do now is have you create like a bulleted list of all the features for this app, and then like say what the feature is, and then also what do you think is the best way to explain it to Claude Code plan mode. They also went ahead and gave me a prompt that I can just copy and paste into plan mode. But I think I just would rather explain it. I want to get in the habit of being able to like explain things to plan mode and not just have to like rely on prompts all the time. Um, so now, yeah, I'm going to copy and paste this to the document that I keep on the side. And now the next step is going to be to find the major pain points, problems. I think this one's kind of like already spoken for with what it does, but I'll still check, see if I can find something different. All right, now what I want you to do is to search the internet and find the main pain points or problems, particularly beginner investors have when it comes to understanding order books. And I'm always trying to say too much. See what it says. There's the ghost wall trap, spoofing. Beginners see a massive wall and think the price can't go lower than that. They don't realize that in highly automated markets like crypto, those walls are often spoofed, set up by bots to create a false sense of support and then canceled milliseconds before they're actually hit. The app value, the order age feature is the direct antidote to this by flagging orders that are only a few seconds as ghost orders. Then there's the iceberg illusion. Beginner might see a very small order at a certain price and think they can easily break through it. However, a large institutional seller might be using an iceberg order where a tiny portion is visible but a massive order is hidden behind it, reloading every time it gets filled. So the volume pulse can track if a price level is eating volume without the visible order size going down, signaling an iceberg to the user. Analysis paralysis from high frequency noise. Order books update dozens of times per second. Human brain cannot process the flicker of thousands of limit orders. This leads to decision fatigue or panic clicking because the screen looks chaotic. Zen mode toggle simplifies the view by hiding the flickering noise and only showing the foundation orders, those that have sat for 30 seconds or more. I think this is the best extra feature that I could do. Take away the confusion, make things like a much cleaner. The slippage shock. Beginners often use market orders during high volatility, not realizing that if the order book is thin, their trade will walk the book and execute at a much worse price than they expected. Can add a slippage warning that calculates exactly how much a user's trade would cost based on the current real liquidity. That's another good idea. So I'm going to add these two basically feature ideas to my document on the side. Now I'm going to decide on a name. So I want you to help me decide a name for this app. I want something that's catchy, and I want something that in the name conveys what it does. Like, so most likely order book should be in the name. Give me 20 ideas. So I'll write down the problems while I was doing this. See, the main problem was spoofing and iceberg illusion. Ghost wall trap and iceberg illusion. All right. So now for the name: Order Book Truth, Real Book Crypto, Honest Book, Order Book Verified, Clear Book, Bot Slayer Book, Ghost Book Hunter, Anti-Bot Order Flow, Cyber Book Trace, Books by AI. None of these are really like Order Book Truth is the only one that I think really gives me a clear picture of what it does. Order Book Pulse, Deep Book Visuals, Foundation Book, Book Alpha, Order Book Horizon, Zen Book Crypto, Book Flow. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Order Book Truth. I'm gonna go with Order Book Truth. Give me 10 possible subtitles that would better convey what this app does. Unmask the bots, see the real liquidity behind the noise, spot fake walls before they trap you, detect market manipulation in real time, the beginner's guide to real order flow, market depth simplified, trading intelligence for the rest of us, trade with conviction, not FOMO, know which walls are solid, integrity filter for crypto markets. I like to see the real liquidity behind the noise. All right. So yeah, I'm ready for the build now. Or actually no, before I start the build, I wanted to implement this new feature to my workflow. So first thing I got to do is, let's see, first I'm going to switch the screen to the VS Code. And start the new project. Create a new folder for this one. All right, for some reason, like, keep copying these MD files into my folder, but then they disappear each time I put them into a new app. So let's see, the app from last time was the what was that one called? The option spread sage. So I'm just gonna copy the Claude and the codex files. Create this new folder. There we go. Now I got him in the folder with all the folders, so I don't have to like copy them from the old folder each time. That was annoying. All right. So I'm just double checking to make sure the order book truth has got both the MD files, and it does. So I will send it over to VS Code. Then set up the workflow. Open up the terminal. Open up Claude. Make sure Claude and Codex are good in the window. Yeah, both of them are awesome. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to do that new implementation first. So I'm going to go to Gemini and see what it thinks. Before I start this new project, I wanted to implement two things into my MD files. Basically, what I want to do, the first thing I want to do is to make it, I know there's a prompt that I could automatically give it each time to make it so that it doesn't stop to like ask me, you know, if I approve each step. And essentially, I think this prompt is Claude -- allow - all. So if there's a way that I could explain it to implement that in the Claude MD file, I would like to do that. And also I want it so that it automatically pushes to GitHub after each time I do an audit fix in Claude. Let me know if this is possible and walk me through how to do it. So they're saying there's two options to do what I was trying to do with the like automatic running without asking me every time. So I have to keep clicking yes. The permanent project setting is recommended. And it's telling me to give it to code to like put in code, but I want to add this to my I want to add both of these to my MD file through Claude Code plan mode. And it's giving me prompts, so I just gotta let it know. But it's before I do that, it's giving me a warning saying that bypass permissions is powerful. Claude accidentally tries to delete a folder, unlikely but possible. It won't stop to ask you. Always make sure your work is committed before starting a long automated run. So that's why I need to make sure I'm committing after each step. And at least if something goes wrong, it's going to be on these apps before I actually like start the build. So it's asking me if I want to generate a super prompt for ClaudMD. It also brings in stuff that I don't want to do, but I just want the prompt for doing these two things. Could you just create a prompt for ClaudMD that will do the two things I ask you to do? The auto approve every step and auto push to GitHub after Claude audits. So basically, I would copy and paste this into the plan mode if that makes the most sense. If not, let me know what mode of Claude Code in the chat window I should give this prompt to. Yeah, I'm really excited about this one to know that I can not have to sit there and like catch it every time it asks me a question and just keep clicking, because after doing this for a month now, it's super rare that I don't agree with what it says and I don't click yes. since it's 2020, it keeps telling me what year it is. Like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, yeah, it is 2026. Claude Code now has the dedicated auto mode and post-task hooks for that handle exactly what I'm looking for. I don't actually need to use plan mode for this configuration. I could apply these changes directly to the project file so that they persist for every session. Um, I'm not sure that I want to do that yet. I just maybe think it's best right now to keep it in the MD because I'm not sure. Like maybe I use it and it just like is a bad idea and I want to change it. Um, Plus it seems like more work to like automatically go in and put in this code. So it's saying like hooks to use hooks. Um, yeah, it seems like way more work and way more permanent than I want it to be. All right, so that seems like way more work than just like giving a prompt to plan mode and more permanent than I want it to be. I'd rather have it right now just in the MD file so that if I don't like what it does, then all I have to do is just like not use that MD in the future. So yeah, let me know what you think. If it's possible to do it the way I want to do it, where I can just easily give a prompt to Claude and it'll just write this stuff in the MD file. Like I get it, it's trying to give me the most like professional suggestion, but I want a low friction version where I don't have to mess with the JSON files or hidden scripts. That's awesome. So we got a prompt. And I'm making sure I'm reading it because it says auto sync to GitHub at the end of every task, especially audits and bug fixes. You must automatically run these commands in the terminal. I don't want it to be every single task. I want it to be just after the audits and bug fixes. So I'm making sure I catch it so it doesn't try to have me do something I don't want to do, which is auto push after every single time I do something because that would be too much. I feel like I'll just start with like this, and if it's not enough, then I can add that stuff easily later. Oh, just random thing. I just noticed Claude Code just looks like it made an update. I did not notice this before. It says Opus now defaults to 1 million context, 5 times more room, same pricing. That's really awesome. I was just yesterday talking about how I was like ran out of context for the first time in my new workflow. And dude, I mean, this is like I can't make this up. Sometimes it's like this technology just like reads my mind. Like I will talk about something one day, like, yeah, notice it's doing this. I wish it didn't do that. Like, it needs more. Like yesterday, I was like, this context is running out for the first time. What are some ways around it? And the very next day, Opus now defaults to 1 million context. I don't know what it was before, but that's probably more than what it was before. 5 times more room. So it must have only had like a 200,000 context window, and now it has a million. So I mean that's like 5 times. That's awesome. Same pricing too, and that's what people were all saying. They're like, because like I originally was thinking like, yeah, this stuff is going to be more expensive as it gets better, but it's the opposite. That's what most people like that know better than me are saying, that they think it'll just get cheaper over time, and that's what it's doing. 5 times more room with the same price. I mean, that's awesome. And I didn't even notice that until just now. Like that was just sitting in front of me the whole time. But anyways, so yeah, I just noticed in the comments, if you're just joining up, what I'm building today is called the Order Book Truth. And it's see the real liquidity behind the noise. So essentially, if you know what an order book is, I'm making this tool for beginner investors. A lot of order books are filled with market maker bots. Like, I don't know if you've heard of like high frequency traders in the stock market, essentially robots that like move a lot of orders around trying to like make money, make like little fractions of like money tons of times throughout the day off of retail investors, people like me and you who are trying to like buy and sell and trade in the markets. And for crypto is what this app is going to be for, because it's going to be I'm not trying to do any paid APIs right now. For the stock market, I would need to pay a lot for an API to get the current information for the order book. So this is going to be for crypto, but at least it'll explain it to a beginner for, like, whatever any kind of market it would apply to. So what it's going to do is it's going to do something to recognize what orders are likely the robots and what orders are likely real. Because what happens is the robots will likely put up like big orders to make you think like, oh, all these like, buy orders are stacking up. All these people are trying to buy. That must mean the price is about to go up. And then they'll just disappear right before the price goes way down to like just trick people. Um, so yeah, this should like recognize that and show people what are like more likely the realistic orders, have people get a better idea for what the orders are going to be. And the first thing I'm doing today before I do the build, what I'm doing right now is I am programming my agents to run faster, so they're not asking me like a bunch of questions like they usually do, and also so that they automatically push to GitHub after. The way I have it set up is I create the steps. I do it like maybe one or a couple steps at a time based on what's involved in the step. And then after I do that, I do an audit and I have it fix the audit. So I'm going to have it so every time after I'm done fixing an audit, it automatically pushes to GitHub. So this should like make my build process go way faster so I can get to the part. I mean, I like building the stuff, not as much as the planning, or not as much as definitely the vibe coding part after it's built. And I could just go and see it and like make it better and make it how I want it. All right, so we got this prompt they were giving me that says they should push it at the end of every task, but I don't want that. I want it to push just after the audit. That prompt that you gave me says that Claude should push to GitHub after every task. But as I told you, I don't want it to push after every task. I just want it to push after the audit fix. So I want you to create a new prompt that I can give to Claude Code to do the two things that I wanted to do, and make sure that you update it so it's not pushing to GitHub after every task, but only after an audit fix. Oh, you're also working on trading software. That's awesome. Yeah, so are you a developer? What kind of trading software are you doing? Um, we got a Discord. The link is in the description on YouTube, and everyone can post their products up there. Also, if you don't have Claude Code already, up until Monday, whatever I think is the best project, I'm gonna give a free week link to using Claude Code, so you can get Claude Code free for a week. But either way, it's just a lot of us posting up projects, and we can see other people's projects, get inspiration. So if you want to do that, that's cool. If not, no worries. But yeah, I definitely would like to know more about what other people are building. I'm just building stuff right now that I think I'm gonna turn into like a big hub, and maybe even like add trading bot creation onto that. So I know there's a lot of the more I build, the more I kind of like have a better idea of what's possible to build, and I'm just trying to build better and better things every new build. And also, if you didn't see in the description, I've got YouTube description. There's links to all the stuff I built for free. Those are just going to be there until I start building the hub, and then I'm going to take most, if not all, the free links down and just change it to the hub link, and then I'll have like a free tier on the hub. So you developed a whole charting engine in Rust, and you're developing a whole charting platform like TradingView. Okay, so yeah, I understand TradingView. I understand pretty well how their like charting platform works. Um, you already did a whole charting engine. So yeah, I was like thinking about that. You could just add all these different indicators to a chart, have it be different. However you're doing it, I would recommend, best I think advice I can give you is do market research. I'm guessing you already did this. Do market research for all the existing platforms and find out like where the biggest market gap is to how you could be different from the other ones, and try to do something in regards to that. Make sure you know who your main target audience is, like basically what level of like investors that you're trying to target for your tools. And yeah, I mean there's a lot of potential here. I think this market's moving really fast, and there's a lot of money to be made and a lot of value to provide. So yeah, good to see other people that are doing the same thing. Yeah, definitely respect to Tofu, respect to everybody in the chat. Big up yourself. Hope you're doing good. I feel the energy, it's real. We're all gonna put in this hustle together, and make our hustling skills better, make our vibe coding skills better every day, get to where we want to be, and then stay and help other people along the way. Yeah, it's all about the journey. About time we put this the dumb software nerds in their place. They think they're so valuable. I mean, they definitely have some value. I'm not really trying to like I hear you. That's like your mindset, like that's cool. But I'm not really trying to be like me against them. I'm definitely like getting a lot of value from people who know more than me. So, I respect that they came before me. But yeah, sometimes like I saw some random video on YouTube today, and it was like a vibe coder versus a developer, and I just clicked it, and it was like a short, and the vibe coder was like, yeah, I just made this awesome app, and the developer was like trying to tell him like, yeah, but it's not going to work, it's going to crash, like I've been developing for like 20 years. And the vibe coder was like, yeah, but like do you have any apps that are making like more than like, or like any money basically? He's like, my new app is making like 100K a month, and like you're like working at a job. And the coder was like, yeah, but you don't know how to code. And the vibe coder was like, well, I don't have to, like I'm already making this money. And like I kind of didn't get it at first, but now after you said that, that reminded me of that right away. So yeah, the real smart people are the entrepreneurs. Yeah, I think like it's a combination of both. So yeah, definitely, yeah, you could know coding really well, but if you don't understand business mindset and entrepreneurship, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for you to make money off of what you're building. So definitely, I see what you're saying. I agree. Um, Cloud is expensive and market data is a pain. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you know, but right now, like Google Cloud has like free $300, and like I was looking at building business systems, and from what it sounds like, I could host like a whole business on the cloud for like less than $50 a month. And I mean, like the comparison of that is like if I had hired employees to do all those things, like those employees would cost like something like $5,000 a month. If I was like hiring people, maybe freelancers, I could do it for like 1 or 2 thousand a month, like getting people from like Philippines or something like that. But I hear you saying like it's all fake knowledge, because like at the end of the day, I mean, the way this is advancing in a year or two from now, like are we even going to be seeing the code, or is it just going to be building stuff, and like the code will be like irrelevant? Like we won't have to know any code. We won't have to understand how any code works. We just have to understand how to use agentic coding, vibe coding, and how to do the right market research and design features and products that people actually want, and that provide and that solve real world problems. They've wasted their lives studying dumb fake coding. I feel bad. Like I hear you, man. And like 10 years or 5 years ago, like that was not even a thing. Coders were making bank. Coders were like, from what I understand, you learn coding, you're probably getting a job right away with like 100K a year in America, like right off the bat. Like senior developers making like at least like a couple 100K a year. But that's just like how trends change, business changes. And now, from what I understand, people just graduating now with coding degrees, like they're finding it almost impossible to get a job. It sounds like there's not even like junior developers is not even like a thing anymore. So, and then that knowledge, like you learn how to code, that's like outdated. A vibe coder is gonna like, a good vibe coder is gonna outwork a professional coder so quick. It's not even gonna be funny. True education is just the hustle. Education is a scam. I mostly agree with you on that. Um, I mean, I went to school for business administration, like for college or whatever, and if I could go back in time, I would definitely have learned way more by just starting a business and not have people that went to college to start a business tell me how to start a business that have never started a business. Yeah, I think a lot of it is a scam just to program people to work for somebody else, and I think it's changing quick, and it's crazy how the price keeps going up on education, but the value keeps going down. So WDYM solve real world problems exactly. Um, we just want to make money. Well, hey, I mean, if you want to make money, you got to be providing value. The way I look at it is like I don't focus on making money. I focus on providing value because I understand that like that's how money is made. So, like you can focus on making money, but like the way to make money is by providing value. So, it's kind of like a fine line where you got to walk in the middle. Like, you still want to make money. You also got to consider that, like, how do you monetize creating value? Because, like, once you create value for people, you got to know the right way to monetize it. But yeah, I mean, that's really like if you're providing a lot of value, you should be getting paid. There's so much money out here. There's trillions of dollars floating around. CEOs are making, millions a year and they're paying their employees like 50,000 a year. Like that just it doesn't add up because really like there's a power structure, and if everybody started being able to like do what they enjoyed and monetize it and knew how to do that, they'd start leaving their jobs, and then these CEOs would realize like, whoa, we can't keep people just paying them enough that they can only afford to take a week off every year, and they have to come in and not even take sick days, and um, maybe they'll have to actually start paying people more what they're worth. Because I feel like, yeah, in society, people are not getting paid what their value is, what they're worth. And hey, what's up, Abish? However you say your name, I'm not sure, but yeah, awesome to see you here. Um, Welcome to the conversation. Value is making people believe they have value. The true smart marketers know this. Yes, I kind of see what you're saying. Definitely marketing is like the main area of business that I've studied over all areas. I really like learning about marketing psychology. Studied like all the biggest marketers, um, all the way from like Oglesby to some of the current ones like who is the big market like Russell Brunson, Dan Henry. Uh, I mean, there's so many good marketers out there. It's actually harmful to solve the problems. We just want to provide the idea of a solution. I hear you. Yeah, that's I see what you're saying. The regular workers don't even deserve half of what they're getting. I mean, I don't know about that, but people I think like, with how much money's out in the world, like things are really uneven. Like the top 1% controls like 90%, 99% of the money, and that just it's not working, and it's only getting worse. And I know from like studying investing and stuff that right now credit card debt in America is higher than it's ever been. People are really like overextended on like a really high level, and now AI is starting to take over people's jobs a lot. So yeah, it's like all about adapting. um the CEOs are the ones with the vision usually. I feel like, yeah, for the most part, yeah, vision is all about, vision is major. Vision is like a skill I think anyone can build on and improve. Put in the wage slaves in their place. I mean, man, like, I'm more focused on what I'm trying to do to help people than trying to like put someone in their place or whatever like that. Because like really, it's all gonna play out how it plays out. That's not up to us. Like I think like nobody's bigger than than the universe, and the universe flows and has its own structure. So I'm just trying to like, the universe supports me, and I feel like, it's all about the mindset. So as long as I believe the universe is supporting me, that's how it's going to be. Um, Other people have their own lives to live, and hopefully I can help educate them to have more of an abundance mindset and understand the trends more, so they can basically like, position themselves better to provide more value. Because at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I think the best thing I could say for as far as like the whole corporate structure is like, people like us vibe coding are probably providing way more value than somebody sitting at their desk doing a job that AI could probably do most of. And the people with the visions that can provide more value, we could increase that. I mean, the ratio of CEOs to workers right now is like, 1 to probably like 1,000 or more. So why not make it so it's a bigger ratio, and that so like more people transition into being visionaries and CEOs and learn that skill. But yeah, I really don't want to like try to put people down. I mean, everybody's got to learn for themselves like how the world works, and like how abundance works and value works. Yeah, the top 1% controls so much of the money. Um, yeah, I can't speak that they're smarter than everyone else, but I know that once you have a lot of money, you can have your money work for you. So the more money you have, the more money you can make. And yeah, it's kind of how the game works. And you think you're saying Codex is way cheaper than Claude. Um, so yeah, from what I understand, like I'm interested. What way do you think that Codex is cheaper than Claude? Because from what I understand, the main reason would be like I think Codex has, for their $200 plan, I believe you get like more usage. But like I have the max plan with Claude, and I don't even come close to using it all right now. At least I probably will more in the future. But also I like having Codex and Claude, and I want to even implement like Gemini and more features, because I like having different tools, because different tools are better at different things. Like Claude is better at building, Codex is better at auditing, and I noticed it helps a lot when I like if I have Claude audit Claude's work, it doesn't find as much errors or bugs as when I have Codex audit Claude. So I notice having it's almost like having an independent auditor. And like with Gemini, I'm not using that yet, but I hear that's better with UI. So yeah, I mean there's a lot to this, and it's only going to evolve and get better. Like I was just saying, it looks like Claude Code, they just have a new message today. Opus now defaults to a $1 million context window, 5 times more room, same pricing. So they gave 5 times more value as far as context goes, and the price is the same. And that's awesome, because basically all these different AI labs, or AI companies basically are competing against each other now. As soon as one makes a new feature that's better than the rest, then it's like the rest all have to like, get their game up and like upgrade it too. And then they gotta like keep the prices the same. If there was only one player in this game, like if only Claude existed, I mean, they'd probably be charging more. I don't know, but I would guess it'd probably be more expensive, and they would not be as motivated to innovate and improve. And Richest Man in Babylon, like respect. Yeah, that's a good book. I definitely read that one a while back. I remember some of the lessons from it. Yeah, basically like anybody can become rich. And if you look at like, you know, people really like also too, what's the other one? The another big one is Think and Grow Rich. I feel like Think and Grow Rich is kind of like the modern Richest Man in Babylon. Um then it's fine as a $20 plan of Claude is unusable. Uh Oh, I hear what you're saying. It's unusable. So I think it's not unusable. The main reason I upgraded was because I was hitting, they have like different time context windows, and I was hitting the 5 hour, I think it was, context window, because I'm doing a live stream. So like, if I wasn't doing the live stream, I could have easily just like, okay, I'm hitting this context window. I'll just wait like 2 more hours before I keep on building. And I still had like more of the weekly limit, but because it was a live stream, I upgraded. And I mean, it's pretty big gap. Like it goes from the $20 plan to the $100 plan, and there's not. I don't think there's anything in between. But yeah, it's definitely. I feel like it's definitely usable. It's just not as usable, but it's good for beginners. Like I really think like a beginner, it would make way more sense for them to like start with the $20 plan because they're probably not going to like have enough use for the bigger plans, and then as you get better. But at the end of the day too, I mean, look at it. Like I'm paying $200 a month for the max plan, but like I built, 27 apps now in about a month. Like how much would that have costed me to hire a developer, even the cheapest developers like from a freelance site, or even like if I, since I'm running a business, to hire a full-time developer to do the code and stuff. And like not only that, but then there's the time cost. Like it's going to cost a ton of money and it's going to like take a way more time. So I think it's worth. I honestly I would pay more than 200. Like I would pay way more than 200. I think it's worth way more than that. I think right now we're getting a good deal. But yeah, I mean it's different for everybody based on where your skill level is. Um Claude is number 1 for UI. Codex doesn't know front end. Okay, yeah. So I haven't done much UI because I've just been making MVPs and I haven't been minimum viable products. So like I have not been focusing on the UI. And once I like, monetize this stuff, then I'll put way more focus into the UI. But it's good to hear that you're saying you think Claude is better. But from what I've heard, Gemini is the best for UI. So I guess it's really something I gotta try it and see how they work. Um, and so like Tofu says he can't wait until he can start one shooting all the things these vibe coders are working on so hard. Just give it a few months. Um, yeah, I hear you. That could be possible. Right now, trying to like I know right now if you try to one shoot something right now, you'll end up with like a ton of bugs, and that's why I like made my workflow more professional so it catches more bugs throughout the build. But yeah, got to stay one step ahead. I would say like 10 steps ahead because now the way technology is moving, like one step ahead only buys you maybe like a week of time. You stay 10 steps ahead and you're like, you're maybe like a month or two ahead of everybody else. And that's really like, I think kind of the sweet spot is being just a couple months ahead of everybody. Um, all these vibers trying to learn workflows, but in like 6 months. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. Yeah, hopefully it does. And then, I'll adapt too and I'll know the new technology and um, just working with the best of what's possible right now. And I'm really excited for whatever time it is when, I don't need to have like multiple windows up. I can just go and like even more simplified explanation of what I want and it just builds it instantly and checks for all the bugs throughout the build and does the pushes to GitHub and everything and it's all automatic, systematic, takes like 10 seconds and maybe even vibe coding could be more simplified and better. Like this stuff's only going to get better and it's going to get better quick. And yeah, but like at the same time, like I feel like the work I'm putting in right now to learn this stuff and develop it with the processes that I have right now are gonna make it so that when it does get better, like it'll just like like say 6 months from now, like something comes out like you're talking about, to where it can just do everything in one shot and really quick. I still think someone like me or somebody who's had the background of like building stuff this way is going to be able to create better tools because they're going to still, it still comes down to like understanding like APIs, different APIs, MCPs, like what's possible to build, what causes like problems more likely. Um, you think it's the worst it's going to get? It's just a matter of time. We don't even need vibe coders. Um, yeah, I mean, I think like I don't know. I think vibe coding is going to stay because I think it's still going to make stuff and people are still going to want to like make changes and people are going to want to make it better. And that's where vibe coding is going to come in. I mean, I could be wrong, but I've been pretty on point with a lot of technology trends, especially in the past like 5 to 10 years. But yeah, no one knows. I just try to like keep an open mind for most of this stuff. But one thing I think we both agree on is that the technology is changing quick, and it's definitely a strong possibility that 6 months from now, um, I won't need to do this same workflow. I'll just be able to have like one window. People creating products right now. I see, a lot of people are creating products right now for like vibe coding and agentic coding, and I'm seeing them make this stuff, and it probably serves a huge value right now, but those things 6 months from now might not even be valuable because that could all just be implemented into like Claude or whatever coding software people want to use. I sound like the nerdy software engineers. Hey, I mean that's cool. Like you can think like you're free to think whatever you want. But yeah, who knows what the future would be? I've never been a software engineer. I don't really know any to know, but yeah, the AI will probably be able to do MCPs or APIs. But are you gonna know which APIs are better? And because like doing all these finance apps, I've been using a bunch of different APIs, and they all kind of have different use cases that they're better for, different prices, stuff like that. Um, yeah, they might. So but anyways, yeah, man, I totally hear what you're saying. I totally think you're right. Things are only going to get better. People are going to need less skills over time. But yeah, for right now, I really love vibe coding and what it's capable of doing and how it's building businesses and stuff. And I'm really excited to see where everything is going with that. And it's good to see, other people with different opinions than me. It helps me like, open my eyes to like what's possible, where other people think. So I always welcome other people's opinions, and it's always good to, have conversations on this kind of stuff. I think, that's really what I'm trying to do is like keep an open mind and hear as many different like sides of, people's opinions as possible. But anyways, I'm gonna get back to this build real quick, drink some water. And yeah, I totally agree. It's vision. Vision's major right now. It's even these CEOs that own these AI companies are all saying that like it's all going to be about who has the best vision in the future. They're trying to make it so that the people who have the best visions are the ones who win, and they're designing. They're even saying it themselves. They're like building their products and designing all their products for the visionary people. Yeah, respect every time. So let's see. Go into Claude Code. I'm gonna give it this new prompt so I can I'm gonna read through it to make these changes to Claude MD. All right, this is a good prompt, I feel like. So yeah, I'm starting out today with adding a new feature to the workflow. Should make the build faster, but it also made it longer just implementing it. But that's just today because then it'll be on my MD file each time, and I won't have to have this stuff on my mind. It was done that quick. Awesome. So now I can go into plan mode. Okay. I'm gonna take a seat. And big up yourself in the chat. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. You're asking why am I doing vibe coding? Because I enjoy it and I think that it is a very good skill set to add on to my skills as an entrepreneur. And you're saying that you cannot achieve anything by vibe coding, but I would disagree because I've already created I think like 27 or 28 apps, and I feel like my apps have gotten better pretty much every day. And even like you can see the beginning of this stream today, I was showing how I made an app that teaches people about option spreads, and I was getting value off of just using that really quick. And I see that I want to use it more, and it's helping me. Like I've read books about option spreads in the past, and looked at other like sites that like have simulators, and I think the thing I just built is like better than anything I've ever seen. And also a few other things like the trade journal I built that has like AI coaching. Some of these things have massive value, so I would totally disagree. Um, yeah, that's funny. It's like a vibe coding channel, and the guy's like, "Why are you doing this? It doesn't have any value." But yeah, that's fine. Like everybody can have their own opinion. If you don't think it has value, then you don't have to do it. But I think it has a ton of value, and yeah, if you want to learn, if you just you're free to come and join the watch the show, see what you think for yourself, and maybe try yourself. And I'm sure if you it's all about the mindset, because if you believe it doesn't have any value, then your mind's not even going to be looking for visions or opportunities to like create value with it. But if you have an open mind and you think that it does have value and you could create um basically something that provides a lot of value for other people, and then you have some business skills that you could learn how to monetize that, then I totally believe that you could not only create a lot of value for people, but you could make a lot of money in the process. So yeah, you got to be careful how you train your mind to think, because if you believe something's not possible, then your mind's not going to see any kind of possibility. And your mind's always looking for what your subconscious believes to be true. And just like you could vibe code an app, you could vibe code your mind to have abundance. And that's how this channel started, was I was talking about abundance, and now it's like more transition into business, and I'm really like just combining the two, because I feel like, and I know a lot of other great entrepreneurs who believe the same thing, is that like one of the most, if not the most important part of being successful in business is to have the correct positive abundance mindset. So okay, we got the new rules written in. I'm going to explain in plan mode to Claude about how to, let's see, yeah, about this new vision for this new app, which is the order book truth. I want to create an app called Order Book Truth. The subtitle is "See the Real Liquidity Behind the Noise." So the main features I want for this app are based on this being for the cryptocurrency order books. So I want it to be able to have a ticker that you can look up any crypto and it will show the current order books. And I want to have real-time WebSocket sync. It can connect directly to Coinbase Advanced Trade WebSockets to pull the full L2 book for any major pair like BTC USD. I want to have order age tracking, a backend logic layer that timestamps every new order the moment it appears. It calculates the resting time in milliseconds. I want an honesty filter. So for ghost orders, these will be orders that are only there for 0 to 3 seconds, and they should be like faded or transparent UI. They represent high frequency bots and spoofing. Active orders are any orders that have been there from 3 to 30 seconds. This should be a solid UI, and it represents standard trading activity. The foundation orders are orders that have been there for 30 seconds or more. These should be highlighted or glowing UI, and they would represent real money and high conviction walls. I want a volume pulse gauge, a top level indicator showing the ratio of buy pressure versus sell pressure, but only counting the foundation or real orders. I want to have a spoof radar, a live notification feed that flags when a large order, more than one BTC, or at least that value for any crypto, is placed and then canceled in under 5 seconds. I want to have interactive educational tooltips hovering over different blocks, triggering like why this matters, pop up explaining the behavior of market makers versus retail traders. I want to have a Zen mode view, a simple toggle that hides all ghost orders entirely, showing the beginner only a real floor and ceiling of the market. Also, I want to have an educational component at the bottom that would explain to beginners pretty much the main things they would need to know about like how order book works and like how basically bots operate in the order books. So this is a tool that is designed for beginner investors. Also, I want to have a feature that can be like a slippage warning. It calculates exactly how much a user's trade would cost based on the current real liquidity rather than just the top level price. So a user could, for example, Bitcoin, type in the amount of money for the order they want to make, and then it could use the essentially the real current liquidity to calculate like how much they would likely pay for slippage. Also, I would like to have a feature that shows like a gauge that gives a vibe check of the current sentiment in real time. The needle on the gauge could be on the green side, meaning the order flow is bullish, and on the red side if it's bearish. Also, make sure that you follow the instructions in Claude MD and Agents MD files. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I love this part where it's getting started with the build. So the way I have it up, also, like I added some new features today into the MD files, but the way I originally had it set up is so that when I'm in plan mode, essentially it's just going to create the plan. It'll create a plan MD file, and then it won't do the build in this window. So then I can have Claude in the terminal do the build, which is mainly for context. And Sometimes the best thing to do is to do nothing, because I was talking about yesterday like all these new ways to implement to keep the context level lower. And then today, first thing I see is Opus now defaults to 5 times more context. So like I could have put in a ton of work to like implement things to make the context stay lower, but I didn't even have to do it. I just did nothing and it automatically updated for me, because technology is always trying to help me. Technology is always getting better to just guide me on my path to provide more value for more people, and that I can live a better life and just essentially enjoy life more, create more things that I want to create, build better things, and provide more value. So, yeah, that's like an abundance mindset for technology. All right, more water. Yeah, like your words are your most powerful creative tool. Speaking affirmations and declarations aloud impresses them on the subconscious and sets laws into motion. In this world, you got certain rules and laws. You got ones created by man and then ones that are created by the universe. And you know, I feel like the laws that are created by people change over time, and the universal laws don't change. They've been the same since people have existed, and they will be the same as long as people exist. Whereas, one law is there one day and then it's different the next day, and they're always changing. But this abundance mindset, these universal laws, they're set. They're copper set. Like every person has a perfect plan, or like some people would call it like a destiny already laid out for them. Your job is to align with it through having the right mindset, not to force outcomes through willpower. Essentially, willpower can get you so far, but that's like forcing in a way. Like you have to like force your will on something. Um, where if you're like really just like on the right path and in the right lane, everything's gonna flow and you'll know. And I've definitely, in the past, these laws didn't really make much sense to me. They sounded kind of crazy, but the more I've like applied them, like that one, to businesses, I've started multiple businesses. More of them didn't work out than worked out. And one thing I've noticed in common with everyone that worked out is I'll start it and it will just flow. Like the next step comes to me at the right time. I enjoy what I'm doing. I feel like I'm creating value. And some business ideas I start and it's just like everything seems like a struggle. I keep hitting walls that I can't, that are hard to get over, stuff like that. And yeah, I could like keep pushing with it, but it just seems like it's just more and more of a struggle, like the harder I push. And yeah, essentially what I want to do is be in a path where, everything's working out, everything's flowing, everything's like happening at the right time. And I'm like that's being reinforced to me basically every day. I mean, just yesterday, like I was saying about the whole context thing, I was like, first time in my new workflow that I hit the context window, and it was like just the last step of the build. I had to refresh the context. So I was like finding ways, like reading about like, how do I get the context? What are best ways for the context window? And essentially, they were telling me I had to do a bunch of manual stuff. And I was like thinking about implementing that stuff. But then today, start up Claude, and the first message I see, they updated the context window by 5 times more. So, you know, that's like just another sign, I feel like, on this path. Like, hey, like, it's everything's flowing. Like, everything I'm doing is like, you know, I don't have to like put in the force. I don't have to put in the pressure to like make things work out for me. It's just working out. So, and as long as it's doing that, then I can stay on this path. But yeah, who knows what tomorrow would bring. And I'm just trying to give thanks for what's here today and what I'm doing, and stay in the present moment and enjoy the journey. And you know, that's, I think, like, that's really a key to success in business. So we got the research is complete. It's going to write the final plan, and it says it's got the 10-step build plan right here. Every time I read that comment, it just makes me smile. So yeah, if you're just joining in, today I'm building an order book truth app. Essentially, if you know what an order book is, it is where people place buy and sell orders to buy, you know, a stock or Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency. Yo, welcome to the chat. Glad to see you back. If you've been here before, I think so, but I'm not for sure. So, anyways, this order book, people can place orders, but essentially, if you've heard of like high frequency bots or market maker bots, there's a lot of robots that are like messing around in the order book and trying to make things difficult and scalp little amounts of money like multiple times over and over from people like you and me who are trying to invest in these markets. So I'm basically creating a tool that can kind of weed out the bots, and hopefully, you know, it works right to where it's gonna like give a way more accurate view of like what are real orders and what are robot orders. And there's a lot of different reasons that it could help and provide value to people. So essentially, like, there's going to be also education on this app. This app is designed for more of like beginner mindset people. Even though anybody would probably get some value, but I think beginners would get more value. All right, so I got the plan MD. I see it now, and I'm gonna check the plan MD real quick, and I'm going to copy and paste the plan MD into LLM and ask it which steps it thinks would be smart to combine for the build. I just copied the plan MD. I'm going to paste it here. I want you to tell me which steps you think I should combine for the build. One, two, three, four, 5, 7, 8, and then 6, 9, and 10. That's an interesting order. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this and keep it on the side to reference. So the reason that it's grouping it like this, steps 1, 2, and 3 are like the foundation and the plumbing. So they kind of like have the same like use case, I guess. Maybe not the best way to say it, but kind of the best word I could think of real quick. So it'll do those together. Step 4 and 5 are like the living book, like essentially the order book foundation stuff. 7 and 8 is going to be like the intelligence suite. I'm guessing maybe like you could think of it like the brain, the volume pulse, and the spoof radar. And then we got steps 6, 9, and 10 is going to be the UX and education. These are like final polish items, search, slippage, math, and tooltips. So even though it's kind of out of order, like step 6 is with the last two steps. It's doing it like based on kind of like the logic of what the features are in this app. So I can start the build by telling it to build steps 1, 2, and 3. Build steps 1, 2, and 3. So yeah, now I got to remember to create the GitHub repository because now it should be, and it's asking me questions, and I thought I did something in the MD file so it wouldn't do that. But first I got to, I'll figure that out after I get the repository created in GitHub. All right, so I just created a repository for this project on GitHub. They gave me a URL. I'm going to paste that here. And I want you to provide me with a prompt that I can give to Claude. Also, because I just updated it so it automatically pushes after each audit fix, let me know what you think. Should I just like manually give it a prompt before it does the first audit fix to push to Claude Code so that it's actually like pushing to the right place? Not Claude Code, but GitHub. So yeah, good to see your app is getting users. Um, I know you posted a few apps on the Discord, so I'm not sure which app you're talking about. I'm guessing it's the education one. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I could see a lot of potential with that one. That could probably help a lot of people. Cause I know right now some of these Man, that's what I understand about like education is the teachers in the education system that make the most money are the ones that prepare people for those tests that your app basically prepares people for. So I mean that's a ton of value right there. Um yeah, if you can really figure out like how to do the same job that like a tutor would do for some of these like big tests, you could yeah, you could make bank with that and provide tons of value. So and you're hitting the daily limits with Claude Pro. Um, I guess that's like a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. You're getting a lot of use out of it. But yeah, I don't know if you saw that too. I was talking about it looks like they just 5x their context window. So at least that should help. But yeah, those limits are hopefully the limits get bigger over time. But yeah, I don't know what really much you can do about that right now. Maybe just like try to make a workflow that doesn't I guess like kind of from what I understand, like keeping the context low keeps like your usage low. So maybe that context thing will help with like burning through tokens at the end of the day. Running this with no money is painful, but it's better than thinking that you can't do it because you don't have any money. Man, so many people are like, yeah, as soon as I get enough money, I'm gonna start this business. But you're not doing that. You're like, well, I want to start this now. I don't have money, but I'll make it work. So yeah, that's massive respect. Um, you'll find a way. As long as you believe it's possible, you'll keep finding ways around it. Okay, so since I was talking to Gemini about doing like the first push since now I have it to like push automatically. Um, they recommend doing this in one master setup prompt. This will link the repo, scaffold the foundation, and trigger that first audit fix. Okay. And I'm going to have to figure out why it's asking me these questions. I'm guessing I just didn't like have a hooker to remind it to check the DMD files. Yeah, Gemini is trying to give me way too many extra steps that I did not ask for. So that prompt that you just gave me has tons of extra steps that I did not ask for that I already pretty much programmed in. So I guess just give me like the normal prompt you would give me using that URL I sent you that essentially will just do the initial push to GitHub. I'll even paste the URL again. Okay, your new prompt is better, but it still has way too much extra stuff. There should be nothing to do about any kind of like um audit fix. All I want you to do is give me a prompt that's telling Claude to do the first GitHub push and includes the URL that I gave you. Here we go. Just the simple prompt that I wanted. All right, so the first step is done. We got known risks, we got what it did, and we got the prompt for codecs. So I'm going to give codecs this prompt. And I'm not sure if I can do this in the audit or the GitHub push at the same time. So I'm going to quick give it the GitHub push prompt for Claude. And I'm just going to wait for it to finish that push real quick before I run the audit. I don't think it would have any problems, but I'm just trying to be cautious. That was quick. All right, awesome. Now I'll run this prompt for the audit, and I'll talk to Gemini about how it's not, the terminal is not following the Claude MD. So I just created that new Claude MD with the new rules in the Claude Code chat window. And the chat window seemed to follow the Claude MD file because it created the plan MD and then it didn't just automatically start building the project. But then when I started building in the terminal, it's still asking me to manually accept all the different changes that it made essentially. And the main thing I implemented in the new for the MD file is that it doesn't do that. It just automatically does everything without asking me, but it's not doing that. So I'm wondering, like, do I need to also tell the terminal each time to make sure that it references Claude MD and not just tell the Claude Code window? Let me know what you think is the best way to move forward to get the terminal to follow the rules from the Claude MD. Because in a way it was, like, it definitely, when it finished the first step, it followed the rule that it gave me a prompt for the codex audit, but it just didn't follow the new rule. And I'm even going to check Claude MD file and make sure that it updated with the new thing. Yeah, it's here. Global auto approval. You have permission to edit files and run terminal commands without asking for approval first. And only after completing a code audit or a bug fix task. Selective GitHub sync. Okay. So I'm just going to try it this first time and see if it automatically does it. I'm going to give this, well, I want to read the what it found first, especially since it's found some high severity finding, src lib hooks. Yeah, I just can't. Some of those conversations, man, those were gold today. Like, those were some definitely like new opinions I had never heard before. There seems to be like, it's cool because I'm like a beginner to like developers and coding and everything. And there's definitely people that have like some really strong feelings in regards to like coders and vibe coders and like just stuff I would have never imagined. And yeah, it's just got me like kind of laughing about it. Like it's just interesting to me because I feel like an outsider to this world still. And yeah, I mean everybody is it's good to see like all the like different wide range of opinions. Okay, so it is funny. Yeah, like that YouTube video I saw today. And I was like, okay, like YouTube can tell I'm looking up like vibe coding stuff and so they're trying to like show me stuff and I'm like, okay, like I have not like had a, I've not been I've been an entrepreneur. I have not had a job for like 15 years now and I don't know that corporate world so well, but it showed me like, what's going on in corporate right now is like all these developers in corporate are like arguing with employees that are just like vibe coding fixes for their workflow and both sides think the other side is wrong and both sides think the other side doesn't understand what they're doing and it's not going to work in the future and yeah, only time will tell. But I really had no idea that kind of stuff was going on just even like a week or two ago. Yeah, it makes me like I wonder how like all the people with like horses like in before like right when cars started to get built. Cause that's what I heard. I heard people were like saying like, oh, like horses will never be replaced on the streets. Like cars are just gonna like, it's not feasible for like everyone to actually own a car. People are gonna have horses and carriages forever. And yeah, that definitely did not work out like that. But yeah, that's like industrial revolution technology. I saw one thing, it was like a chart, people saying like this is like the new industrial revolution is like the vibe coding and like the ability for AI to generate code and have anybody be able to build stuff. Yeah, I agree. Like the knowledge that used to be super valuable is now like become useless. Um, I did not, all I did was like to learn this stuff is I just like asked AI, like, tell me the basic areas of coding that I would want to understand. And it just told me like the different coding languages and gave me some like recommendations for like beginner books for each language. And all I had to do was really scan the books and I just like read through them really quickly. I read a lot of books, so I know how to like speed read and just scan for like important stuff. And like I didn't have to learn how to write any code. I feel like it definitely helped just like getting reference to like look at like code to see how it's like formatted and stuff to get like a really basic understanding. But that's really all I needed. And I probably didn't even need that. I mean, it definitely helps me understand what's going on with the process more. But yeah, there's so much that's just becoming outdated. And not just in coding, but like so many different areas of technology. Um, yeah, computing even. Um, why did I read the books for useless coding knowledge? Because I had never like I just I'm like I want to learn about vibe coding. I had no idea that it was like useless. And I even asked myself like why did I go to college to learn business administration when I could have just started my first business a couple years earlier and all the money and time I put into like going to college to learn how to start a business, I could have just started the business and I would have like the amount of information I learned from going to college to learn business administration and get that degree was like nothing to the amount of like business knowledge that I learned in my first maybe 6 months of starting a business. So like yeah, like I feel like I didn't know, but like a lot of times you don't know until you like know, and that was like stuff that I didn't know. So yeah, you don't have to learn anymore. Well, I guess like I'm learning vibe coding right now. There's still like a lot of things that I'm learning. Um, but yeah, in the future, there's gonna be like the learning barrier is gonna go way down. I feel like yeah, people wasting a lot of time trying to learn stuff, and a lot of times it's just because like they're being told that they need to learn it. So many people being told that they need to learn outdated stuff. So many things that I learned in the education system just don't have any value anymore, and it's getting so much faster to where like stuff people are learning today. Like honestly, if there was a vibe coding like major for like people in college, um, you could probably take that major, but if you were actually like just trying it yourself and doing it, you'd learn way quicker for way cheaper. And that major would probably have more real world value than like any other major that like a college offers. Maybe I'm thinking like doctors and stuff. That's kind of the only thing where like you can't really. But then I think like people are who aren't doctors are building apps that do things that doctors would do that you don't need a doctor that now AI can do. So maybe I'm wrong. Like yeah, there's just like there's so much potential out there. We don't even need doctors. Doctors are a scam. Sometimes, man, sometimes, but I feel like I've definitely had doctors like help me with injuries before and stuff. Whereas like other times like I've gone to the doctor and been like, why did I just get billed $1,000 for something that like turned out to be nothing and all they did was like check me out for like, a half an hour and find out that yeah, it's no big deal. But then they charged me $1,000. And it's like, what is going on with this medical system right now? It doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. I mean, tons of people in the world living without access to doctors, and they're still living and they're still thriving. So it's definitely not necessary. Um, Knowing my health insurance went up by like 5x this year, I was like, what is going on with this? Like, I never go to the doctor. I'm like, this is crazy. But Yeah, more people getting sick more than ever, more doctors, more new medical facilities getting built. Um, all kinds of like, genetically modified foods didn't exist 50 years ago, and now everyone's getting sicker. And yeah, I mean, who knows like what is causing it, but yeah, the world is getting crazy. But I guess people have been saying that forever. So yeah, just got to keep doing what you love and provide value, live the life you love and love the life you live. Okay, so we got another, they want to give me another audit prompt, but they did not do I had to do the fix and it did not automatically push. So, as far as Claude not following those rules, got a prompt, awesome. Read and strictly follow the automation and workflow rules in Claude MD. Specifically, do not ask for permission for any file edits or terminal commands from this point forward. Awesome. I'm gonna try this, see if it automatically does the push to GitHub as well. Our ancestors only lived off the carnivore diet. I've heard something like that, and they most likely did not eat every day either. So, and they survived. Yeah, carbs. Like I know wheat, like genetically modified wheat, like sugar and genetically like it's not even like sugar anymore. I'm like going off on different stuff, but yeah, definitely wheat and sugar from what I understand are like some of the worst things for your health unless they're like actually like cuz like our ancestors did not eat genetically modified wheat or processed wheat or processed sugar. They like I think it's called like ancient grains or something like that. But yeah, I'm really conscious about like what I eat. Always trying to like have organic, mostly vegetables and stuff. Spring water. All right. So on to the next step. I'm gonna do steps 4 and 5. Build steps 4 and 5. Yeah, I mean, definitely everyone has different opinions on like food and stuff. But I know vegetables like I feel good after I eat vegetables. Saw something on YouTube today like they're trying to say like somebody went blind because they only ate chicken nuggets for like years straight. I was like, I mean, maybe like how do they know that it was actually the chicken nuggets? But like how like yeah, if someone's able to only eat chicken nuggets for like years straight, I mean, I don't think I could do that. But I feel like there's also like diet you should have some variety. Yeah, no, maybe I just don't know. Maybe I'm sure there's a lot of things that I still don't that I think I know that I don't know. So AI would know, I bet. Yeah, that like brings me there could be like some good ideas for apps. Like like an app that like gives you like meals and tells you what like our ancestors ate or something so that you could like learn to eat like ancient people ate and yeah, AI could definitely help like get everybody get everybody used to like living better. That's the main thing, is just finding ways to provide more value. Awesome, it worked this time where it didn't have me click all the buttons. Here we go. Got the codex audit prompt. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I feel like diet does like affect definitely your how smart you are too. Um, yeah, most like just looking at like investing, like most like professional investors, they're very conscious of like their diet. They track everything. Uh, like I know like just stuff like fast food and stuff like if you get used to eating it, like your body will adapt. But like me, I like barely eat fast food. So like if I ate fast food right now, I would probably feel really sick. All right, awesome. It didn't find anything big. So I'm going to give it this prompt to just fix the low level error that it found, and hopefully it automatically pushes to GitHub like I told it to when it's done with this audit fix. Coders think that because the AI runs on computers, that computer architecture is still relevant. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand now, people are setting it up so like they can run everything from their phone like remotely. I mean, why not in the future like you have like a watch or like glasses that you could just like talk into your watch or like talk in your glasses, pick it up and you just like tell it to create stuff and like that's one of the main I think visions that I have, that in the future um it'll switch from like phones to glasses and everyone will be able to do everything on their phone like through their glasses. And like why not just talk to your glasses and tell it to like build a new app for your glasses that like does something like specifically to help you in some way. But yeah, the future is going to be awesome, like, and the quicker you get on it and start learning that stuff, the better you'll be to adapt to it. All right, so it's not automatically pushing. I'm going to check out the website right now. So yeah, I just see a new question. Is the phase one building, then phase two scaling? Um, phase two is still gonna be building. Phase one, because I'm a beginner, I'm doing 30 apps. And it's not only just building, but it's also me like learning vibe coding. And now I'm like I feel like I'm not a beginner anymore. But yeah, phase two is gonna be like basically building the product. Originally what I thought was like I'll build 30 apps and like if one of them takes off, I'll just like, put it on the app store and sell that individually. But I had a better idea to really like wire it all up into like a central hub and like keep building on that and then like offer like a free tier and like different paid tiers for the hub. So phase two is going to be more like building the actual product. Like these are all like MVP apps, and in business MVP is minimum viable product. So essentially I'm not really paying attention to like UI, like how it looks. I'm just trying to create apps that have like one function to solve, or at least like address one major pain point, and then it has the main function is to solve that pain point and put them out there, install analytics to see if I can tell how many people are using it, and give them away for free. All of them are in the links in the YouTube description, and that'll give me a better idea of like what apps people like more than the others. And then phase 2 is going to be, yeah, just making like the first actual like product. So I'll go and I'll build like a central hub and like wire everything together and add a whole bunch of like awesome features to it. And basically I want to make the best finance hub on the market. And then I think most likely phase 3 would be building a business system to market and run the entire business like through vibe coding. All right, I'm gonna check out the local host for the first time. And okay, so I'll show you guys what we got so far. So what we got so far doesn't even have the order book stuff up yet, but that's pretty cool. At least it's showing up. So I'm running Claude Code and I'm also running Codex, and I'm doing Claude Code for the build and the planning, and I'm doing Codex for the auditing. And then so Codex is like doing the audit to check over Claude's work, and then whatever it finds, then I just give that back to Claude so that it fixes its own things that it didn't find, and then that kind of helps Claude to be more aware of like what it's missing. But yeah, I plan on also implementing, believe it's, yeah, Gemini for like for UI, and then more it sounds like Gemini also is good at auditing. So I think kind of like when I have business ideas and I'll like run them over like 3 different LLMs just to kind of like get like different opinions on it. It's kind of like the same thing for coding where I'm like having different programs check the code because they all kind of like maybe catch different things, I guess. All right, so back to the code window. And is this the front end app only? No, this will have this is just like where it's at so far. Like I'm like maybe halfway through the build. So it's just showing like what it's created so far. So let's see, the next step is step 7 and 8. Build steps 7 and 8. Yeah, time to stand up again. Yeah, that's another thing is like so many people have jobs and like school and stuff, and they're expected to like sit in their chairs for like, man, like 8-12 hours a day and only get up for like 10 minutes at a time to take a break. And then like, man, I feel like our bodies, we're supposed to be like moving around. Like I'll go like ride my bike like, I mean, like around the city, like, like 20 miles in a day, and like it's like nothing to me. And then other people that are driving to work every day are like, how do you do that? And it's just like because I do it all the time. So it's like my body is like used to it. Like they just like can't believe it. Like that is even possible. But they also don't understand that like I spent so many years of my life in the mountains, like mountain biking up and down mountains, like 30-mile loops where I'll like bike uphill like for like the first like 10-15 miles up a mountain, and then like ride down going off like jumps and stuff, or even just like um I will sometimes like the ski resorts in the summertime you can just take your mountain bike up the like lift, and then just like you don't even have to bike up. You can just like ride downhill all day. But that's another thing. Like people think like biking is like all legs, but try riding downhill over like rocks and like roots all day long and hitting jumps, and your arms will be burning. And you gotta like stop and just like shake your arms out like every 5 minutes. Um, but yeah, there's like our bodies are definitely capable of way more than what most people think. And by sitting down all day, man, that really does like it's not good for you. So yeah, I gotta keep moving. And it already forgot. I told it to run. Must have to remind it like each time I'm done with an audit fix. So that addition to my Claude MD file did not work that well, and I'm guessing it's probably better that I just like give it the prompt each time to just run without asking me that stuff. Yeah, give thanks for God's creation. Give thanks for life and health and strength. Here we go. I'll be right back. When am I making the Claude trading bot? I'm not sure for sure, but I would like to have it be a function on the financing hub product that I make. So I'm guessing it would make the most sense to have it be kind of like the last feature I make on there, because what I wanted to do is to be able to essentially um like have like a coaching system on people for the hub, so that it takes them through all the different like areas and like can assess them on their like strengths and weaknesses and what their like favorite indicators are, what indicators just seem to work best for them, help them develop their own trading style, and then create a bot based on all that. I think I'll probably, I'm not really sure. I haven't put like much thought into it other than like I have a vision to do it, but it doesn't, I'm not really sure if it would make sense to kind of like just build a few bots out first and just kind of like test them for myself. But yeah, that'll be a fun part. I think there's a lot to that. Um Definitely it sounds like more complicated than anything I've ever built before. So yeah, first step will definitely be to design bots that just do like paper trading to make sure that they're actually profitable with paper trading, and then there's going to be a whole nother like level to making bots that I essentially will be able to trust with real money. But I mean, I people have done it, like it's possible. I want to try it. I feel like I can do it. um just a matter of time. So who knows, maybe like within the next month even. But I feel like that will probably be a part of phase two. All right, we got some medium things. Zen mode. I got Claude doing the fixing, and those 7 and 8. So just got like one more step after this. Yeah, another thing like really with abundance mindset from one of these master teachers talking about following hunches, leads, and intuitive nudges as you feel like you're being kind of directed on your path. Like pay attention to the signs. um Intuition is like, I feel like it's like a skill that can be built. The more you trust it, the stronger it gets. And I don't know how many times my intuition has kept me alive, but it's been a lot. I've definitely survived a lot of things that have hit very close calls, and I would have to say give thanks to intuition, because I don't know if I would still be here right now if it wasn't for that. We got non-resistance, like just fighting against unwanted conditions will give them power. Whatever you fight against is going to get stronger. Whatever you resist will persist. I feel like it's better to just like, instead of fighting against something, to like build and promote what you stand for and what you want to see more of. So let's see. Going to tell it to push. And check out the yep, some new features added in. Still does not have the order book part. Got the toggle for the Zen chart. So yeah, I think too, like, this last step is really gonna, like, everything's already wired up. Like the back end should already be like wired up. So I think the last thing to add is gonna be the UI for the like the chart function. Yeah, almost there. And I'll get to my favorite part, to vibe code to make it better. So yeah, if you're just joining in, I'm building the order book truth. It's see the real liquidity behind the noise. So if you understand what the order books are, essentially when people want to buy and sell something, they could either like do a market buy. Like say you're gonna buy something and you market buy, you're just gonna be buying off the closest sell order. So somebody else would have put in a sell order to sell at a certain price, and you're going to buy it at that. And usually you end up paying more, like a higher percentage for your order. If you market buy instead of place an order. So essentially, usually people like try to place an order to get filled, like they'll put in a buy order. But these market books also have a ton of bot activity. Stocks has like the high frequency bots I'm sure people have heard of, and crypto has something similar. And what this tool is going to do is basically like show people which orders are most likely going to be bots. So it can give people like hopefully a more accurate look at which orders are actually real and which ones are fake. Because a lot of times these bots try to trick people, especially in crypto, to make people think like, there's a ton of buy orders in, so the price is probably going to go up. But then as soon as a huge seller comes in, then the prices just disappear. So yeah, there's a lot of strange things going on in these order books with these robots, and this should help beginners understand this and help anybody really just like kind of see the truth through the hype. All right, so time to do the last step. Here we go. Build steps 6, 9, and 10. All right, so I gave Claude Code in plan mode that prompt, and it didn't ask me for permissions for that step. But then as soon as I had it build the next step, it started asking me for permissions again. Also, it's not automatically pushing to GitHub after the audit fix is done. So essentially, like, I'm not really sure why those new rules are not being picked up from the Claude MD. Maybe do you think it's like the Claude MD is like got so many rules now and they're at the bottom that it's not picking it up? Is that a thing where, like, you want to keep the context low on the Claude MD? Let me know what you think is going on. So it didn't work like I wanted it to work, but at least now I know that's not the best way to do it. Sounds like just giving it the right prompts at the beginning. Oh, I'm still recording. So yeah, this is like the last build step. Just need to do the audit. Then I will start check everything over. See how I can make it better. Going to check out the Discord real quick while I was doing this and see if there's any new things in here. This thing looks cool. This is like a electronic drum kit kind of looking thing. Tenor practice room. This is awesome. And then a version for steel pan, steel drum. This is definitely oh, actually, and this one's actually made without vibe coding. Um yeah, that's some cool tools. Uh it's another tool for the 5-hour usage window. So like if you've been frustrated by your 5-hour usage window starting at random times, this tool lets you schedule exactly when it kicks in, pick your times in a terminal UI, and it sets up an OS level scheduled task to ping Claude hi at those times. No API key, no daemon running, just your existing CLI auth. That's cool. So it sounds like someone even in the comments was talking earlier, essentially about they keep hitting that window. So I guess this tool would make it so, like, it would maybe I don't really understand it 100%, but it sounds like it could automatically essentially tell when your context window restarts and then just like have it start working, and then it stops when it fills up and restarts again. So yeah, oh yeah, welcome Javi, good to see you again. I see another commenter. What am I trying to build? I'm on the last step of the order book truth. You can see what I got so far right there. Essentially, it is see the real liquidity behind the noise. So there's order books in in markets like stock markets and crypto markets, where people can put like their buy orders or their sell orders, or even make market buys and market sells. And a lot of this order book is a lot of bots doing doing a lot of weird things, that is trying to take money from people like you and me, like retail investors. And essentially this tool should help identify which of these orders are robot orders and which of these orders are like actual real people orders that are going to stay there. So yeah, I feel like this could provide a lot of value. About to give the just did the audit. Did I? Oh no, I just redid the audit for 7 and 8. Yeah, my fault. So yeah, no changes needed. So I got to give it the Claude gave me I have Claude programmed with the Claude MD, so whenever I finish a build step, it gives me a prompt for audits for Codex. So then Codex will do the audit. I just copy this prompt, give it to Codex. Codex does the audit. It tells it like, you know, what files to audit, what it just changed, what the known or likely problems might be. Codex, like, you know, an independent auditor for like Claude, usually catches a lot of things that Claude doesn't catch. And then I have it set up so I have an agents MD file for Codex. So Codex is going to do the audit. It's going to explain to me what it found, and then it's going to give me a prompt that I can just copy and paste back into Claude to fix the things that I found in the audit. And I'm trying to even automate it so it's like I don't even have to copy and paste it, and these two programs can talk to each other and it just make my workflow better. I've tried like one or two things and seems like it's not the easiest thing to do. But yeah, always trying new things to make my workflow better. Respect every time. Everything is good. Hope all is well with you guys too. Definitely more fire. Some fire ideas, some fire apps. Providing more value to more people every day. Creating value, as I would say. Okay, so we got the audit report back. Just found one medium. I'm just looking at like what the issue is. And the suggested fix. Helps me a lot to, you know, kind of understand what's going on through these builds. Gives me a much better idea of like in the future what's possible for building, and kind of what things to watch for, where bugs are likely to come from. Helps me find them easier because it doesn't catch everything. All right, so basically I just got to do this and push it to GitHub, and then I will be looking at what is the final build from Claude, and essentially then I can vibe code it to make it better. Looking at another idea here, we've got an app that I'll just read what it says. Ever wish you could control your other PC with just one keyboard and a mouse? No extra hardware needed. They built input sync open source KVM software that works over your local network, encrypted fast, and it just works. So essentially, it's like you can just like, I think it's saying you can really control your computer from anywhere. That's awesome. With just a keyboard and a mouse. Yeah, I gotta try. So awesome, like these ideas in the Discord that people are posting, they give me a lot of inspiration. So yeah, go ahead and join the Discord if you haven't. If you're a vibe coder, you can post your ideas there. It's good to like, give inspiration and get inspiration, but also, I mean, it's like good marketing. If you got an app that you want other people to see, you can post it in the show your product chat in Discord. Oh, got some good advice in the comments for automating the cross AI interaction. Have it update a file, and on every update, trigger the other AI Claude to Codex. Yeah, I should try that. I'm gonna once I get the push going for GitHub, I'm going to look into that more real quick. For my workflow, I've got Claude in a window to where it gives me a prompt to give to Codex for the audit, and then Codex gives me a prompt after the audits to give back to Claude that tells it what fixes to make. And I just got a recommendation from somebody in the comments saying that I could automate this because right now I'm like copying and pasting these prompts to each other, and I have not been able to find a way for them to talk to each other. So the person in the comments is telling me that I could do I could have it update a file, and on every update trigger the other AI, like Claude to Codex or Codex to Claude. So basically, I'm like wondering, how this would work. I've never tried this method before. Could you explain to me how it would work and if you think it would work? I was just talking to Gemini about that idea. And welcome back, Dr. Hypnosis. Good to see you again. He's saying that the cross AI interaction is cutting edge to him. He's even still trying to figure out how to do it. Maybe he thinks it's better to just have parallel execution with Git work trees. So yeah, I should ask Gemini since I'm already on that. All right, the push is successful. I'm about to change it to the project. So yeah, I'm gonna try the Bitcoin for the first one. Hopefully the order book gets updated. Saying that it does not detect anything. So yeah, I got definitely got some work to do with the vibe coding part. So first I just kind of want to go over what we were talking about in the comments. So Gemini is telling me that basically they're suggesting a file-based handshake protocol. And since Claude Code and Codex are separate applications, they can't talk through the internet, but they can both watch the same file on the hard drive. And here's how it would work. You create a file in your project called something like AI Bridge MD. Claude writes the auto request into that file and saves it. Codex, which has a file watcher or is just looking at the file, sees the new text, processes the audit, and overwrites the file with fixed instructions. Oh, so it's like both these would be like updating the file as they're working, I think is what it's saying. Claude reads the fixed instructions and implements the code. How to automate the trigger. To make this work without manually copying and pasting, I would use a terminal watcher. There's a common developer tool called fswatch or chokidar in Node that runs a command every time a file changes. So like the loop would be Claude saves AI bridge MD. The terminal sees the save and automatically triggers a command that sends the file's content to Codex. Codex writes the answer back to the file, and then Claude in a loop reads the file and acts, okay, I get it now. So instead of like me copying and pasting it, it would just be like writing those prompts to the file, and then the other one would see the file. So it's saying, is this better? Honestly, it might be overkill. While it sounds cool and automated, setting up the scripts to make them talk perfectly often takes more time than the 5 seconds it takes to copy and paste. However, there's a middle ground that is much easier. Instead of a full handshake script, you can simply have Claude write the audit prompt directly to your clipboard or a file that you keep open on your second monitor. Okay. And that doesn't sound like it's going to be much better than just copying and pasting. But what was the other suggestion I see from the comments? I'm just going back to the comments right now. So I'm going to ask about parallel execution with Git work trees. Another person in the comments recommended that I check out trying parallel execution with Git work trees. Can you explain that to me and like how it would be different from the method we were just talking about, and if you think that it would be better than the current method that I'm using? So there's also, I'm looking at the comments, there's a tool called Oracle, developed by Peter Steinberger, creator of OpenClaw, allows Codex to talk to your ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever chat app on your browser. Oh, that's cool. But it's just, so like Codex can talk to them, but so then can they talk back to Codex too is the main thing I'm wondering. Have a separate file for each Claude and Codex. Like MD files, I think you mean. Let's say your existing prompt is written to the chat. Instead, have it update the file, and when the file is updated, trigger a request to the other AI. The same file can also work, but you'll have to add a logic to decide which AI to trigger. That's not so hard to do though. Have the output in a JSON format. Yeah, I should at least try that, like for another build to just try it out, see how it works, and I guess that's the best way to really know if it's better, is I just got to try it. Doesn't sound too difficult to set up at all, so I'm going to take a note to have a cross AI interaction file to try that out. Awesome. So let's see. The Git work tree option. Git work trees have become the gold standard for anyone running parallel agents. They solve the biggest problem with AI coding, the wait. What are Git work trees? Normally, when you change branches, Git swaps out the files in your current folder. If you're building a feature and suddenly need to do a bug fix, you have to save your work, switch branches, and wait for the IDE to re-index everything. A Git work tree lets you have multiple branches checked out at the same time in different folders, but they all share the same hidden Git history, like having a parallel universe for your app in a second folder. Whoa, that sounds cool. comparison, the handshake method versus the work trees. For the speed, the handshake method, the file watching, one AI works, then the other works. It's sequential. And with the work tree method, both AIs work at the exact same time. It's in parallel. The setup for the handshake method is easier. Just create the 1MD file. For the get one, it's medium. It needs to learn a few get commands. For context, with the handshake method, it's shared context in one folder. And the work tree method is completely isolated environments. The stream value, good for back and forth deep dives, but the work tree method is best for high speed building. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I almost want to try them both and then just see which one works better for my workflow. But anyways, yeah, the app is done for the build. Definitely I can see things right away that I need to get sorted out. So I'm ready to start vibe coding. And notice in the comments, if I don't have codecs writing code and updating files, work tree may not be required. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, codecs is not writing files. It's just doing the audits. So then that might be overkill for work trees unless I do have codecs. Like say I had codecs like fixing the audit problems it found. But yeah, I think that's a good thing to try for like the next project. So looking at the main thing, I'll just try the slippage thing first. It's not showing me the book. I feel like it should be showing me an order book, and it's not. All right, back to the vibe coding. Back to the Claude. All right, the build is done, and the first thing I notice is that I do not see any UI, like visual order book. Essentially what it's saying is like, I see that it's saying that no spoofs are detected yet, but that sounds like it's hard for me to believe. I'm wondering if it's not getting that data. I think something's wrong in regards to the order book showing up. Yeah. Well, I see the problem. I found it right away. The main thing is the order book's not rendering. But even more important, if it did render, the spoof threshold is too high. So basically, like, a lot of these orders are very small. They don't like just put down one big order. They do like tons of like small orders that are just bouncing around. And it says so it only recognizes spoof orders that are 1 BTC or more. So that's like $70,000 or more. And yeah, most of these spoof orders are way smaller than that. They're talking about different different places where it's getting the data for the order books. They're like the old API, and I don't know what they're talking about because I don't remember it talking about using an older API and then changing to Coinbase. I just told it from the start that I wanted to use Coinbase, so. But as long as it fix it, it's no problem. Yeah, so like this app, everything worked except for the main feature, which is the most important thing. So yeah, do I have just notice the comments? I do not have any prior programming experience. So like my channel is vibe coding from beginner to a million, and I've seen a few other vibe coding similar challenges channels that inspired me to do this. And to me, those guys seem like they're all experienced coders. So like when they were explaining stuff, like I was not understanding what they were talking about. And I was like, I wish there was a channel that was like somebody who was just like brand new to coding, didn't know any of this stuff, and I could just see them learn and explain it like the way they understood it from like not knowing that terminology. And yeah, so I also had like some entrepreneur friends that were telling me Claude Code is like the future about building business systems and stuff. So I was like, yeah, it's time I look into this. I spent about, I don't know, a couple weeks just learning basic stuff about like coding and vibe coding and learning what it is, how it works, how Claude Code works. And after that, I built one very simple app, and I just like loved doing it right away. I was like, yeah, I definitely want to do this. And then that got me thinking about like, the vibe coding challenge. And I was like, yeah, I should do this. Like, just show like people a beginner's process, how they learn from nothing. And thankfully, I've gotten a ton of help from people in the comments. They've helped me a ton along the way. Um, Also, like I feel like I've like maybe by like day 15 to 20, I definitely everything started really clicking, and I started getting a lot better, started understanding it way better, upgrading my workflow. Like I started with like Cursor and Claude Code Terminal, then quickly phased out where I didn't need to use Cursor anymore. Was just using Claude Code Terminal for a while, then switched to Claude Code like plan mode and chat mode. And now I upgraded to where I'm doing this like 3 window workflow right now, and I'm sure I'll keep upgrading. Whole thing is I'm trying to do this like trying to learn like how a professional would do it, everything from like the file structure to the build, the audits, everything like that. So essentially, I am slowly becoming a developer, and I've had some people in the comments tell me like for where I'm at right now, it'll probably take me like 3 to 6 months if I stay consistent to get to a point where I'm like an expert vibe coder. Like I'm on the same level as like the best out there that are doing it right now. And yeah, I see the stuff they're building and it's like still above my head. But like I look at the stuff I built on day one compared to what I'm building now. And it's just like way, way better. And I can tell like I'll just keep leveling up and keep getting better and keep trying to build more difficult things. And um, my background is an entrepreneur, so like I can tell a lot of these or not a lot because there's only a few other people I've seen doing this challenge, and they're definitely have like the coding. They know way more than me when it comes to coding, but I can tell I understand the marketing and the entrepreneur side much better. So essentially like I'm combining the two. Everything I'm doing when I'm building these apps is like I'm going through like a business process I would use to like build an actual business. And I've got like big plans for like the marketing side of all this. Essentially, I'm kind of already marketing right now, but I know I can make it way better, and I can like vibe code marketing tools for this business that are custom, and I'm really excited to do that. Why would I want to be a developer? Um, well, I guess like I don't want to be like I'm not trying to like get a job as a developer. I guess like other people have talked about that too. Like, am I a developer? And I guess like I don't really know what defines like to be a developer. Like if you need like to officially call yourself a developer, do you need like to have a developer degree? Do you need to have like proof that you worked at a job as a developer? So I'm just thinking in terms of like a developer that can build. Like I guess essentially right now I'm building this app, so like that makes me a developer as far as I'm concerned. Like I if I can develop an app, like I'm a developer. But I know other people have different reasoning based on like what they consider developers. So there is no formal definition of a developer. Okay, yeah, I did not know that. So that's good to know. So essentially, in my definition, I guess if I'm developing stuff, even though it's through vibe coding or agentic coding, then I guess that would make me a developer because I'm developing. It's not a protected class, but its class is garbage. Yep, technology is making some big changes right now. And it sounds like they're one of the first to be replaced by AI for their jobs. All the definitions are going to change soon. I believe it. People aren't going to be hiring developers anymore. They're going to be hiring vibe coders. And I'm not even looking like to do this to get a job, but I totally see how there's a lot of value in since I know business and marketing so well, and I can create customized like business systems through coding for my own business, then why not like sell that to other businesses and create custom business systems for them as well. So there's so many different ways I can see to like provide value and make money with this vibe coding skill or agentic coding, or I'm sure that's going to change too a lot, like the different definitions of like what I'm doing essentially. But yeah, I think at the end of the day that people are going to be like CEOs and businesses are going to be looking to hire people that like us that know how to do this skill, and we're going to provide way more value in way quicker time than people who have a degree and have like that manually code everything. All right, so I got vibe coding is easy. Yeah, it is easy, but I mean it's still like to what I'm doing right now, like it took me time. Like I mean I'm a month into it, but like you could see like my first few videos were like like day 1, day 2 and all that stuff. Like I was struggling to figure things out that were like super easy for me now. So I still feel like there's definitely skill, but yeah, it's like this is I think something that's like difficult to learn, but like once you learn it, it's super easy. All right, so back to the oh, I got another audit prompt. Okay. So yeah, it should have just fixed the problems and now I'm just auditing what it found. Um Yeah, I would agree. Put CEOs back on top. Like everyone can be a CEO. Um, Essentially, you could be a CEO, and then all your other employees could be programmed AI, and then you just hire people just to run the AI. Not everyone can be a CEO. Yeah, I totally, and not everyone wants to be a CEO. I think is another thing to add to that, because I remember when I first started hiring people, um, and I hired so many freelancers. Um, I would give them like job description, I would like check their work and then I would hire them. And I realized that like I learned a lot from hiring. A lot of things like, people's resumes really aren't that good of an indicator of how good of an employee they're going to be. Some of the best looking resumes translated into some of the worst employees, and some of the like laziest looking resumes, like they didn't even care, ended up being some of the best employees. And I quickly realized like I just had to like hire people and give them a chance, and like give them a job and see how they did, and then rehire them for the next job if they did a good job. But what I would find was like a lot of people would like, not do something well, and then they give me excuses, and then they'd always have an excuse. So then I'd hire them for another job. I'd feel bad for them, and then they would just do the same thing on the next job. So I learned to like recognize good workers. But anyways, back to my original point. I was really worried that like, all these employees, I'm like, why wouldn't they just see what I'm doing and then just like take my idea and start their own business? And out of like the hundreds of people that I hired, I think only one person did that. And I was worried. I'm like, anybody could just see like, okay, this is what he's doing. Like he's hiring me to like do this, and I could just do it and like take all the money. So why not just go off and do it by my own? But only one person did that. So I would like be asking people, and they're like, no, I don't want to be. That's like too much stress. I don't want to be a CEO. I don't want to be the boss. I would rather just like work for people. And I mean, that's where they're like that. If that's where what makes them happy, then like, everybody's different. Because if everybody were the same, like this world would be super boring and things would not run very well. So yeah, need that diversity of different people to fill different roles. So yeah, I hear you. Not everyone can be a CEO. Not everybody wants to. And the visionaries, you see it as visionaries and wage slaves. I think there's a lot of in between. But yeah, visionaries like that's rare. And I feel like I used to not be as good of a visionary as I was now. It's like a skill, I think. Um, let's see. Did it do this fix? Oh, I see what I did. I gave the audit prompt to GPT instead of Codex. All right. So I was used to dealing with Codex in this window. So that was a user error. But yeah, I figured it out quick. So yeah, Codex is doing the audit real quick for the fixes for the order book. More water. think another good abundance teaching is understanding like mental imagery or like visualization. So like visualization works better usually if someone imagines the desired outcome they want has already happened, is like it's already done, and they impress that on their subconscious. Um, like making like a mental movie of like whatever you want in life, whatever you want to accomplish. Like think of yourself as like already having that, or already doing that, or already being able to do that, and just visualize that over and over, and that will impress to your subconscious. Essentially, that you already have that. So then it's gonna like your brain will like notice more opportunities in life that'll bring that, and you'll like find yourself in more places that will align with that. So yeah, let's see, back to the project. Still not showing me. There we go. There we go. I feel like it'd be better if they were side by side instead of one on top of the other. But this is, I guess, usually how it is. And it's moving so quick, it's kind of hard to see. Wow. So yeah, it's not even show it like, okay, now it's updating with the time these orders have been there. That is interesting. Okay, but, and here's like the slippage thing. So like for Bitcoin, there's not going to be much slippage for, especially for that much. But if I made it like a million, even 10 million, there's like barely any slippage. Thinking that's not right. Yeah, that's no, it's changing. What it should be, maybe it doesn't recognize that high of a number. But who's gonna buy it? That if someone's buying that much, they're not gonna be buying it off the market anyway, like that. The main thing I think right now is this order book is moving so fast. So we got the honesty filter, and that's why there's the number next to it. Ghost orders are transparent looking, kind of like I see some, but it's like it's hard to see them because there's so much going on with this stuff updating. Uh, Let me think. Like, what would it? It's almost like I would want a snapshot or the ability to take a snapshot of it, because this is going to be really confusing for beginners because it's moving so quick. Okay, but looking at like learn the basics, I guess I'll just like go to that after I get this fixed. So this is working good. This kind of reads it for you, I guess. Like there's more orders on the buy side than there is on the sell. The volume is pretty balanced. Volume just saying like the amount of money um on each side. But I think beginners would want to know the difference between volume and market sentiment. But first I want to fix this like order block moving all over the place thing. Or order book. Okay. Back to the code. All right, now I can see the order book. Um, the main problem I see now is that the order book is moving super quickly, so it's really difficult to see like the transparent orders. I think for beginner it would just be super confusing because like the numbers are moving around so quick. I'm not really sure what the like best solution to this would be, so I would take some suggestions from you. Yeah, they got a bunch of good ideas. I I want to implement all four, but I'm gonna start with the top two. I know that it works better if you just try to have it do like one thing at a time. So maybe even doing two things would be too much, but I'll see. And that was what it recommended to do the top two recommendations. So yeah, it's this order book's like all over the place, going fast. It seems even faster than like the order books online, and from what it's saying is basically this is like the real order book, and it's showing like every cost. Like it's not just like this order is like $10, this one's 11. It's like this one's $10.01, this one's $10.02. So basically, it sounds like in most of the exchanges they kind of dumb it down so it shows like just kind of lumps the orders together like $10, $11. It doesn't show like all the small orders. So that's what this is recommending to do. And then if it slows like the rate down that it shows it should make it easier. But yeah, there's definitely solutions to this because right now the way it stands it's going to be, I think, very confusing, just hard to read and confusing for beginners to read it. So I want to make this like as easy as possible for especially a beginner to read it. Essentially, I want to build this tool so it's better than anything else out there for reading order books on the market. But for right now, just as an MVP, the main thing is I want it to be functional for my target market, which is beginners. And in order to do that, the best thing for me to do is make it so the main part this order book is is easy to read. And that's not a problem to kind of dumb it down because it'll make it so beginners can understand it. And then when they look at a real order book, it'll be more complicated, but at least they'll have like the basic understanding of how it works, and they'll be able to more easily read like a real order book. Just have a codex do the audit for what it just fixed. Okay, I can tell already. Like I'll show you guys the browser. See, it's not moving around all crazy like it was before. However, this like key right here is not, I think, able to show because it's bunching it together. I gotta find a better way to like organize it. Because before it was showing the ghost orders mixed in there, but now that it's bunched together, it's not showing them. So there's got to be another way to have it so like this is kind of the volume, like this is how much money is in each order. So you can tell like there's a bigger wall right here around 70,960 for selling, and then a big wall around 70,740. And like it's showing these have been there for 2.5 minutes, but that's just probably the time that they've been there since the app started. So it's not going to be able to, right now, it's not going to be able to read all. And then this is awesome. So this is group by $10. I can change it to group by like $1. Then I can see the bigger walls like, yeah, with the $100, you can really see the bigger walls. But it makes sense. It's going to be harder to see the ghost orders unless you're at the like $1 level. But even there, it's like it's only showing foundation orders from what it seems like. Okay. And this spoof radar right here. I feel like this is kind of like, this makes it more difficult to understand. It's like these are like, large orders are moved under 5 seconds. But then it's like, how does that help you, I guess? I think this is kind of like, I guess maybe it shows there's way more buy spoof orders. So I think the spoof radar should be adjusted so that it's like, it's kind of telling you like, are there like, where are the spoofs at? Are they more on the buy side or the sell side? Because just listing them like this, I think is not really providing much value. Um, yeah, that's a few things to change. All right, I'll stick to the order book visual first till I get that dialed in. Wait, I gotta do this audit fix. I'll be right back. All right. So that's done. On to the next step. Oh yeah, push it to GitHub. Push to GitHub. now that those changes have been made, the order book is like much easier to read. It's not bouncing around all over the place. But because it's bunched together essentially, there's the like the guide at the top that has like different codes, like the spoof orders are like transparent. But all I see now is like certain price levels just like turn transparent for like a second and then stop. So essentially like it's much more difficult to see like which ones are set and which ones are transparent. Um, it kind of just looks like a normal order book, and then underneath it shows like the most likely spoof orders that have come and gone. So, do you have any suggestions on how to make it so people can better understand, like, even if they do it by like $10 or $5 in between each order, how to be able to tell which prices have more spoof orders than other prices? So basically, what it's going to do now is it's going to show like each price level depending on how you set it up. That it has like it's going to show which ones have more spoof orders than the other. Because those spoof orders are kind of bouncing around at certain levels. But it's not showing the order book at a like each different order. It's breaking them up into levels based on price. So you can't see the individual spoof orders anymore, which was like how this was wired logically to show. So now I'm basically like having it kind of like rewrite the logic. Oh yeah, that's way better. Yeah, this is really more like this is way more valuable. You see, there's way more. Okay, yeah, mainly just because you can see like this whole wall right here on the cell. 81% is ghost orders. So most of these spoofs are on the sell side right now. Well, until you change it. Oh, so this is so helpful to be able to change it to like different price thresholds. So now when I like scroll, basically like scrolling out, I can see looking farther down, there's like a huge like spoof buy wall right here, right above the major like real one, and then another spoof like underneath it. So let's see if I go to like 10. Yup. Some of these are like entirely, wow. You can kind of see all the like spoofing like lives are like right along the, most of it is like right along the current price. So I'm guessing the more you scroll out, yeah, like the less helpful it's going to be. Like this $50 is kind of like not necessary. I think looking like the best spot is kind of right around $5 to $10 range. So I'm guessing I go to like the 50 cents, and yeah, it's just going to be, still, it still shows that it's way more on the sell side than the buy side right now. So in that case, this should be that's why it's like market sentiment is like slightly bullish. Okay, getting there. Over here, over where, over there. Um, back to the code. Yeah, that fix made it much better. It makes way more sense to be able to tell like where the spoof orders are. So the next thing I want to do is like at the top where it shows the volume pulse and market sentiment. I want it so that you can hover over like volume pulse and market sentiment, and it will explain what these things are and how they relate to the order book, and understanding for beginners like what's going on, and whether it's a good time to buy. All right, checking the update. Yeah, even just this, even if this tool alone just was this market sentiment to go with the order book, I feel like that would provide a ton of value. But like, it's just like so awesome to be able to see like what percentage of these orders are most likely bot orders, and that just takes it to another level. That takes it to like nothing I've ever seen before for a order book tool. Welcome back, Kai. I'm making some good updates. This thing's starting to really be like readable, I feel like. This was like pretty bad when it got done with it. Um I'm making it better. I still see some more changes I can make. But yeah, it's basically like right now, like the blue is like the most likely ghost orders, meaning like robots, bot orders. I should probably have something explaining that more. I like how this was updated about how to read the order book. It's like normal order books would just have like this like red line or this green line showing like how much volume was there. But here it's showing me like how much of that volume is likely robots that are just gonna like pull that order the second the price moves in that direction. Um, so that was the main fix, was fixing this order book part. Then I noticed with these like the volume pulse and the market sentiment, I think for beginners they wouldn't understand what that really was like explaining. So I just had it made it so you could like hover over it and give an explanation. Um, Also, I noticed in the comments someone saying trading software is easy, but it's difficult to do. I'm not really sure like what you mean. Like you mean trading software is easy to build, but it's difficult to like implement, I guess, or to like read, or like trading's difficult. I'm just not really sure, but it sounds like you are probably a trader that you understand this stuff at that level. So yeah, that's awesome. Hope you're getting some value off of the tools. Respect, yeah. I've got all the tools for free right now that I've made that are all MVPs, and they're in the YouTube description. And yeah, I plan on making those free until I actually turn it into like the paid version of the site. So any suggests if you use them and you get value and like you see something that you think could make it better, just let me know, and I'll make that change. So next thing I want to do is this spoof radar thing, because this is moving around a ton right now, and I think there's got to be a way better way to like to structure this basically. Um, all right, back to the code. I think I should compact it. Yeah, definitely. I noticed the Oh yeah, the what do you call it? The terminal is like 4% until auto compact. This one just hit, and like I can totally tell the new upgrade to where it's 5 times more context. This is so awesome that this was like the perfect thing for them to upgrade at the perfect time because I was just getting before to where my builds were running out of context. But yeah, just hit the context limit kind of like right now. Thinking probably the best thing in the future would be to like automatically refresh the context after like the building process is done and like before the vibe coding process starts. Yeah, respect. What do you mean too by I'm looking at the comments. What do you mean by trading software is difficult to do? Like are you talking about it's difficult to create, like it's difficult to like implement, or like are you just saying like trading's difficult? Like I'm not really I guess sure what you're saying. Good time for some more mindset stuff, I think. Talking about infinite intelligence. This this one teacher was talking about how your subconscious is connected to a universal infinite intelligence. When you pose a question or problem to it with faith, answers and solutions will surface, often in unexpected ways. That is exactly what happened yesterday with like the compact thing. And then today I opened up Claude Code and it's like we expanded our context window to so it's 5 times more at the same price. And I was like, man, that's exactly what I was like wishing I had yesterday. And then today it appears in my reality. That was awesome. Um, all right, on to the next vibe. Let's see. Oh yeah, the spoof radar. Um, so basically it's like hard to read. I think a beginner wouldn't understand like how to read this. Like it's showing these orders that they were only there for a little bit. But there's got to be a better way that this can provide more value. It almost makes things more difficult. So looking at the spoof radar, the way it is now, I think it's going to be very difficult for beginners to understand. Like it's updating a lot and stuff is moving around. I'm wondering if there's a way to make it like, I guess, probably more simple. So basically, I want it to be like a beginner could like look at the spoof radar and like understand better what's going on than just by seeing each individual likely spoof order coming in. Do you have any suggestions on how to make this better? All right, making the change, doing summary stats at the top, activity level indicator. That's the main thing for the spoof thing. So like instead of showing all the individual orders, I think it would provide a lot more value if it just said like, if there's like an average amount of spoofing going on, if it's like more or less. And I'm taking their advice for what I'm implementing, but I think some of this might be like kind of redundant with what's up on the top. So I'm just gonna have it build it out, and then if it is redundant, like I think it might be, then I will have it clean up the stuff that's redundant and make it more like user friendly. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Experience the best way to get it. Want to get better at investing? You just got to do it. Um, there's all kinds of like courses and everything like that, but yeah, the best experience, just like business. You know, learn so much more by actually like doing it and making mistakes and learning from your mistakes than by actually like learning how to do it. But I think that's why I try to design these tools. Um, so it's like it makes like some of the tools make the explanation part automatic, so it's easier to learn, so they can learn it quicker. And then once they learn it, then I've got other tools that are essentially like it's like you like doing it. So it'd be like the one I made yesterday was for option spreads, and it basically lets you like try different option spreads over like a real market scenario. And the main thing was like you could speed up the process, so you would get like 30 days of experience in like 5 minutes. So I think really like there's that experience from doing it, and then there's I think I'm making tools to speed up that process and give people more experience. And of course it's like a lot different when you're using like fake money and real money, but if anything I think it could prevent people from like making a lot of like real simple mistakes so that they can get to be profitable quicker. All right, we got the audit. Tell this one to compact. So let's see the change. It's like everything at the top stayed the same. I thought they were like talking about adding stuff. But they didn't, so that's good. Um, this is where I think it might be redundant. It's showing the honesty filter. This is awesome. I've never seen anything like this on any kind of like order book or financial tool. Uh, so here's the main change. This looks a lot better. Lots of fake orders flying around. Be cautious. Someone is manipulating the book. I mean, it's always like that, but I'm wondering how they know this is like heavy compared to what. Um, and this helps too that it's like showing how it's shifting from like even to buy side to sell side, whereas like up here, it's like not really moving. Oh yeah, it kind of is. Oh, I get it. Okay. So this is like the overall, this is like all the orders. So like looking at the actual real orders that probably are not bots, that's what this is. And then down here it's saying like the spoofing is heavier on the sell side. So yeah, that makes way more sense. I'm gonna try this thing again. Should be like no slippage for 10. 100 should be like nothing. Yup, now it's going up with 1,000, maybe like 0.2. And yeah, here's where it didn't do this before. Like before, when I would go to 10,000, it just didn't seem to update. But now it's trying to tell me there's not enough liquidity to fill this order. Only a partial fill is possible at current book depth. So like there's not, the next price up is not going to be have enough volume for or liquidity for $10,000. So it would have to go like eat into the next order. And this is kind of the level, you can kind of tell the level where the real slippage starts is at like 10K. So what I'm thinking is to like have it so it automatically shows like how much is the level, like what's the amount of money before like real slippage starts. Because yeah, as I add more zeros, it doesn't even update more. So yeah, I want to add that to the slippage calculator. So all right, with the slippage calculator, I can see how like I tried $100 and it showed the amount, and then I tried 1,000, and when I got to 10,000, it said that there's not enough liquidity to support $10,000, and I think it should explain it better that there's not enough liquidity at the closest, I guess, buy level price to support that particular amount. And then when I try like 100,000, it just doesn't seem like it even like shows the slippage calculator. But I guess at the same time, if it's a beginner, it's probably not going to um be making that big of an order anyway. But what I'm thinking is something to add to the slippage calculator is to like show the current price or the current amount that can be supported with liquidity for the closest like market. I guess it would be sell order. And then you could also do an amount that would be supported with liquidity for the closest buy order for market. Let me know if you think that there's anything else you could add to the slippage calculator to make it better. So yeah, it shouldn't even need the calculator function basically. Um, yeah, I like it better that way if it just shows like a liquidity snapshot, the max amount the book can support for a market buy and a market sell, plus the best bid ask price. That's a good thing to add, definitely. Better insufficient liquidity message. Explain what percent of the order can be filled and what price range, not just not enough liquidity. USD input option. Beginners thinking dollars, not assets, like not like 0.01237 of a Bitcoin. So you can even have a toggle to go in between dollars and Bitcoin price, and a worst price highlight. Show the worst fill price so they understand the price impact. We got an audit prompt for Codex. Right. Create a prompt that I can give to Claude explaining what you found and what to fix. So if you're just tuning in, I got the order book truth, and just doing some vibe code fixes on it. Just did an audit on some of the fixes I made and having it do the fixes on that audit. Learned today that Claude Code changed their context window to 1,000,000 tokens. Or I think you would say tokens, I'm not sure. But anyways, basically it's like 5 times the context window as it was before, and it's the same price. So I don't have to update the context nearly as much. But yeah, I built this this tool to essentially show what the more accurate look at the order book and explain it more to beginner investors how the order book works, especially in terms to market maker bots. So so the fix that I just made was on this slippage calculator. Essentially, like it says right here, slippage is the difference between the price you expect and the price you actually get. But if you're making a small order, like if you're only buying like $10, $100, it shouldn't really matter. And this is for like market buys. So large orders eat through multiple price levels. So the more you buy or sell, the worse your average price gets. That's important for beginners to understand. So then it's telling you like if you basically buy with more than or yeah, it's pretty much the same on each side. But $2,000 is kind of like the cutoff level where you're gonna start experiencing slippage. So probably be best to like basically like not buy more than a $2,000 order at a time. So if you just buy a $2,000 order, and then you can just like wait, most likely the price would come back down, then buy another 2,000 order. But yeah, this will give you that. Like I can see like at least like two or three things that are unique to this that I've never seen anywhere else. And we got like the volume pulse. Um, and this is looking at like real money. So like it's being able to like identify the bots mainly by like how quick they're leaving their order up because bots usually pull their orders really quick. So it's showing there's more real orders, a little bit more on the buy side. And this is basically like the same thing. It's not, but like it's hard to tell, I think, for beginners how it's different. Well, it kind of says right here. Okay, yeah, so this is like just the real money, and this is like everything put together. Okay, that makes sense. And then you got like a guide right here. Um, it's breaking it down like with each order level, and you can change that right now. It's like every 50 cents. Kind of going to like a $5. So like the gray part of the line is the percentage basically that is like robots just like putting in orders and taking them away real quick. The blue line is orders that have been there from 3 to 30 seconds, but the green line is like real orders most likely that have been there for more than 30 seconds. So this blue level is kind of like, you know, it could be bots like, but the green is like most likely real. So this helps a ton. You can see like where most of the bots are. Um got the spoof radar showing like where most of the bots are. Right now they're on the sell side. So then this slippage calculator you can put on. Say I want to buy more than 2,000. I want to buy like 10,000. It's minimal slippage, but it's still showing me that there's like some, but it's like nothing. But like maybe try 100,000. It gets bigger. A million. It's still not even like okay. Now it's like 0.1. 10 million. It's like half a percent. So that's why like people when they have big orders like 10 million or more usually they buy on like over the counter market. But this shouldn't even like this is kind of like overkill for like beginners, but it's still good to know maybe. And then you got to learn the basics. Like what is an order book? Who are the market makers? What is spoofing? Reading the honesty filter. What is slippage? So I feel like this is like everything a beginner would want to know in regards to understanding an order book and like understanding market makers and spoofing and stuff like that. Um, and you can turn it on or off, whether it shows the ghost orders. This is not showing any here. Then when I toggle this, start showing the ghost orders again. And I was not even on the browser. Okay, yeah, so it's like the ghost orders are in gray, and like the toggle, I can toggle that off. Then it doesn't show the ghost orders. Slippage calculator, spoof radar, volume market sentiment, order book, learn the basics. It's all there. And I've got an audit, or already ran the audit. I'm just fixing the problems that I found. Got a lot of interesting comments today. Had a lot of interesting conversations. Seems like there's a way bigger like controversy going on right now between coders and vibe coders that I had any idea of. And it's interesting to hear about it, especially from like a beginner vibe coder perspective. I don't really know any like professional developers, so I don't really like, hear from their world and their terminology. But I'm slowly, really quickly catching up. This is weird. Like, it's like I love doing this, and like time flies most of the time when I'm doing it. But I've been doing it like for a month, and it almost feels like it's been like 3 times that long. But I look back and it's like, no, I've only been doing this for a month. I still got a long ways to go. So, see, I'm gonna set up Vercel. And add a new project. Got the order book truth. No APIs for this one. Makes it easier. It's building the logs. Then I'm gonna hook up analytics through Vercel. I think I got it set so I could even show Vercel right now. Yup. It's like this is what goes on when you like are making a new deployment. Showing you like the logs it's building. And I got a new project and I can just click the window. And now it's live. But it looks different. Like it looks like it's not the same version. Because when I check the yeah, it's like an older version that it's showing. Unless it's toggled off. No, this is like an older version. Going to ask Gemini what it thinks is going on. Alright, so I made a bunch of like changes to the project and then I pushed it to GitHub. So then I created the new project in Vercel and I went to look at the live page and it seems like it's like not an updated version of the project. It seems like it's like a version before I did the recent updates. Could you explain what you think could be the problem and like solutions? Oh, so what it's thinking is going on? Even if the code is sitting pretty on GitHub, like even though I just updated on GitHub, the build is still cooking. Vercel doesn't update the live URL the instant you push. It has to pull the code and build the project. I'm looking at the site while the build is still building or queued. Something about a branch that it might be using the wrong branch. Um, so I think if I just, yeah, so I waited for a little bit. It's still doing that. But then it's like updated this stuff. That is odd. But like this is because like I updated this stuff after I updated this stuff. So that's strange. And the spoof radar was updated too, but it's weird. It's like it's showing this update, but not this update or this update. Hopefully it's just what they're saying, like, no. Huh. Okay. Well, I might as well just set up analytics and see if the time it takes to do that um changes something. I'm not sure what it is, so I'll just give it a few minutes. It seems like some of the stuff I updated more recently is showing up, while some of the like less recent updates are not showing up. So that's kind of weird. But I just started the analytics process. They gave me some code. I'm going to paste it here. I want you to create a prompt that I can give to Claude to make sure the analytics are hooked up. Oh, you saw the, just noticed in the comments, you saw the Google AI Studio in the thumbnail. How do I like it? I think I haven't used it that much, but it was pretty cool. I use that for, I'm starting to set up like basically like a AI employee. Like I'm using Claude Code to build like a marketing team. So that's what I use that for. And essentially it's just like what did I use that for? It like it's how it's like hooking up, like it got me to like the right APIs and everything, so it definitely made it a lot easier. And I've got like $300 of free credit on there to even like host everything on there. So I like the process. I like how it I like the basic things. Like I haven't done much with it, but it made the process of like building a AI employee very easy. So yeah, I'm gonna be using it a lot more. And yeah, I definitely think it's has a lot of potential and value that I don't even see yet. So I was surprised like how much it could do when I saw it. Like it took care of so much of the process. Do you use the Google AI Studio? Right, so we got it pushed and we got the oh, I didn't give it the analytics. So I'm doing not just analytics here, but I'm making sure that it's checking that everything is synced up right. Because some of the like vibe code fixes I made that I know I pushed to GitHub are not showing up on the live site. They said it might be that it just takes a little time, but I've never seen it do that before, so I'm gonna give it a prompt to have it do the analytics and also make sure that everything is like synced up right, I guess. Yeah, it is very good. Like the overviews I got were really good. Um it's nice to go back and forth while you're trying to map out what you want to build. Yeah, definitely. I wasn't using it that much for that yet, but I could totally see that. And I'm also seeing how like I could possibly even like customize the overviews. Um but yeah, I definitely have only used it once. So um got a lot to learn with that. And there's a lot going on. It looks like a lot it can do. Um It'd be nice if there was like some kind of tool that was like a directory of like it was like that, but it was for like the whole internet of APIs. Because from what I saw, it seemed like that was only good for like hooking up um, Google API products. Right. So yeah, you can see like what I'm seeing on the live site right here, and then I'll switch it over to the local browser. And the main thing is this order book. Oh yeah, the live site also doesn't have the hover explanations for like the volume, pulse, and market sentiment. But the main thing is the order book part, and it's weird because like how does it update the last thing I made, but not like the other stuff? Try refreshing the oh, I think yeah, now the local might not work anymore since I made it live. Back to the code. So hopefully this fixes it, this prompt I just got from Gemini. Build class is clean. Yeah, time to stand up. Favorite project? I think it's a tie between the option spread tool I made yesterday and the trading journal I made. And I think that trading journal maybe wins it based on it has like a coaching thing built in. So like most of these tools, well, all these tools I designed in mind for beginner investors, but I think that that trading tool is the one that I would use the most myself, or the trading journal. Um, like it's stuff I already journal, like what price I got in, what price I got out. But it's more focused on like psychology too. So it's like, what was my mindset coming in? How did I feel? Like energy? Was I tired? Stuff like that. And then after 10 trades, it starts to like run an analysis. And I haven't got 10 trades into it yet, but yeah, it'll do a personalized analysis and kind of tell me where my strengths and weaknesses are, where I should pay more attention to, what like my moods are when I make the best trades, stuff like that. So all right, the push will force Vercel to do a full rebuild from scratch, which should clear the stale page issues I'm seeing. All right, so let me see. No, it didn't fix everything. It like only updated. That's super weird. All right, I've never had this happen before. Definitely implemented like a new workflow today. I don't think, or new parts to my workflow. I don't think that would have caused this, but I want to figure it out. All right, so I checked the new updated site on Vercel. After I ran that prompt, it was telling me that like the push will force Vercel to do a full rebuild from scratch, which should clear the stale page issues I'm seeing. It's still showing me on Vercel like most of the things I fixed are like pre-fixed, but like one or two things, like even the most recent fix I made is showing that. But like the main thing is like I made a huge fix to the order book and it's not showing that. So I'm confused to like why some updates are working and some aren't. That was like even previous to the newer ones. Since I made the live page, my local browser is not showing the site anymore. I guess let me know anything else I could try. What you think might the problem be? State ghosting. I was like making this app like all about like the ghost orders. Now I'm getting the ghost issues. Technology. It's incredibly frustrating when the CSS tweaks show up, but the big brain logic stays stuck in the past. This would make the most sense to me. Um, if it hit a bug and then, yeah, the I just saw the comments. The Gemini chat. Um, oh no, it doesn't. The I have the project files in the GitHub, but I could probably thinking how I would get them to Gemini. Probably just ask Gemini and it would tell me. Um, but I'm guessing what you're saying is if they had the files, they might be able to tell where the problem is. So let's see. I'm gonna try this local browser again. Yep, still getting the internal error. Yes, the GitHub is a public repo. I'm gonna explain to Claude what's going on. See if we can find what's up. All right, so everything was looking pretty good, and I tried doing the first repo on Vercel to check the live site, and it's like the most recent fix I made is showing up, but like the earlier fixes I made in regards to like the order book and stuff, that stuff is like still showing the old version like before I fixed it. Also in the local browser, I'm getting an error. Um, so it's not letting me check it on the local browser. But yeah, I'm not really sure why. Essentially it is like not showing all the updates on the live site. So can you check and see if you can find what's going on, and if you can find it, fix it. So yeah, I was just talking to Claude right there. Take the GitHub URL and change GitHub to say git ingest. Not sure what you mean about change it to say git ingest. Oh, awesome. Okay. I'm going to ask Gemini how to do that real quick. Somebody from the comments recommended that I essentially take the GitHub URL and change GitHub to say git ingest, that it would convert the repo into a text file so that I can copy the entire project into a text file. And then all I would have to do is just change the URL. Could you let me know if you think this would work and explain to me how to do this? Yup, this is a new issue for me. I've never had this happen before. It's a developer cheat code. Okay, it said it found the issue on Claude. I have 8 modified files that were never committed or pushed to Git. I swear I did it every time, but okay. So maybe Git was only pushing some of my files then, and not all of them. Vercel deploys from Git. Yep. So it's showing the old code. These are all the changes from the honesty filter redesign. Okay. I'm going to show you the code, what I'm seeing from what what Claude is telling me, that hopefully it fixed it, and I'm going to try it, and then I'm going to try it, and then I will if it doesn't work, I'll do the git ingest. Oh, so it's saying just change where it says hub to ingest. Okay. And at least I know this now for the future, that that's how to do it. So yeah, Javi's talking about I don't rest. No, I definitely do. I'm feeling a little bit tired right now, but um yeah, I'm just like I get like locked in on something, and then I just want to like finish it before I rest. But yeah, I feel like I'm so close. I definitely got some good sleep last night. I was super tired yesterday though. Um just trying to get better at keeping my schedule, so I'm getting up with the sun and not doing these all night work things and then sleeping all day. But yeah, it looks like I get to try it again, and let's see. I'll switch it to the browser. Hopefully this works. Yeah, I definitely see some updates. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. It's like there's no ghost orders though. Oh, there they go. Just took longer to update. Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. And thanks for that comment about git ingest, because I'm gonna look into that more and like understand how I can use that for my future projects, because I think that would be a good way to check to make sure everything's like working right in another way if I get stuck in the future. So let's see. Thank you for the compliment on the amazing work and the progress. Yeah, I feel like I've made so much progress. I'm all about like learning new things that seem difficult to me. Like I'm always up for the challenge. And yeah, I look back at the like day one to where I am now, and that was like only a month ago. And yeah, I'm proud of myself. I feel like, consistency is like the key, especially for something like this where there's like something brand new to me. I don't really know what's going on. There's so much to remember. And yeah, I'm definitely feeling like I'm ready for phase two, to build actual product. Definitely made it easier that I have an injury right now, so I can't really like been doing a lot of like snowboarding and climbing recently, and I can't do either of those things right now. So I've just been like running and trying to get my cardio good for when I can get back to the snowboarding and the climbing again. So it's crazy how life works out. Like this challenge started right when I got injured. That's the first like injury I've had in like 7 years, and I was like pretty upset about it at first, but I look back like I probably wouldn't have got as much done if it weren't for that. And now I'm starting to heal up, can like start got almost full range of motion back. Main thing is with like snowboarding, because like my shoulder's injured. I'm not like worried that I would like fall on it again, because like that was actually a snow skate that's like way more dangerous than a snowboarding. But I know with snowboarding, I'm just like throwing my arms out like without even thinking for to keep my balance. I might just throw my arm out super quick, and that would not be a good idea right now. But at least I can still run, and I'll heal up again. I injured the other shoulder, very similar, about 7 years ago, and it's totally fine, better than ever. So just a part of being an athlete is getting injured, and now I'm like addicted to vibe coding, and yeah, this is gonna keep getting better. So essentially, I should push again, I guess. Yep, push to GitHub. I'm going to talk to Gemini real quick, so I'll go there. Alright, so before I tried the git ingest method, I tried talking to Claude about, what's going on. Essentially, it told me that there were like 8 steps that weren't pushed. But I know like I pushed multiple times, and I even pushed for sure right before I set up Vercel. So I'm really confused as to like, did some pushes just like not go through sometimes? Like sometimes when you make edits, is it like just kind of like strange about like updating everything when you push? Do you have any idea like what would have caused that? I think oh yeah, it doesn't wanna whenever I say Vercel, it says like random other words. Yep. Claude is telling me I already pushed since the last time, there's nothing new. Um Saying it's likely a technical glitch, a ghost local commit. They're saying sometimes when you use Claude, it might commit your changes to your local machine but fail to actually push them to GitHub. So I guess I should be checking GitHub after every push just to verify that it went through. Okay. All right, so basically I'm not going to do a git ingest file to give you right now because it fixed the problem. But do you think it could have anything to do with like updating my Claude MD file like I did today to tell it to automatically push after each audit fix? But I even also manually pushed. And it sounds to me like the best thing to do going forward is just to like double check GitHub to make sure that the files are updated every time I do a push, because I wasn't doing that this time. Yeah, I've some of you guys watching right now that are usually on about this time, I went on earlier today, just trying out like different times of the day. And oh wow, there's like a very different crowd in the afternoon. We're having some interesting conversations, and they were going on about like some people really like there's a real feud going on between like developers and vibe coders that I had no idea how crazy it got, but yeah, I'd never seen anything like that what these people were saying. And yeah, I was just like, trying to stay in the middle ground, but really like I didn't even know like as a beginner in this space, like I had no idea. So like a lot of this was new to me, and these like both sides were taking it pretty seriously. But yeah, it was interesting to see. I see Javi's trying out the Perplexity AI computer for the first time. Yeah, I saw some people using it, and it seemed like it was a lot better. Like I totally misunderstood what it did. Um, I thought it was only good for just like doing like more current web searches and stuff. Yeah, it was totally a tug of war between them, and like I kind of felt like the person in the comments was like trying to get me on like one side, but I'm like, yeah, no, they're both of them like like I could like identify with where both sides are coming from, but um I had no idea it went that deep. But anyways, yeah, the perplexity, I saw someone use it live, and they were just kind of trying to figure out what it did, and essentially it went on. The main thing they found that it did that they couldn't get Claude to do was it went on their site and it gave it like SEO score, and it was only like maybe like 1 or 2 out of 10, and then it went and like redid all the SEO on their site and like made their site way better. And it sounds like the biggest downside what I saw to Perplexity was like they have like the $200 a month kind of like max plan version, and it looks like you would pretty much need that because it used like just to do that one like task for the SEO for the website. I think he was saying it took up like 15% of his like tokens, and even that being considered, he had like maybe like half his tokens were like free from like signing up. So that would have probably taken up like 30 to 50% of his tokens if he didn't have the free tokens. Oh, you saw that one too. Yep. So yeah, the tokens was definitely an issue. It sounds like with the perplexity, but still, I mean, at the end of the day, like if it can do a total like SEO like overhaul, I guess you'd call it for your site. I'm guessing like if you were to like hire a freelancer to do that, it would probably cost a lot more than $200. So it's still probably a better value, but compared to like the amount of tokens that you get for usage for like Claude and like Gemini and stuff, it seems like it's really bad compared to that stuff. So hopefully it gets better and not worse. And I don't know if you guys saw today, but essentially Gemini or Claude made it so that they have like 5 times more context now. So like that's awesome, and it's still the same price. Like they didn't change their price, but they updated the context by a ton. I'm not even sure about what a Cloudflare captcha is, but I'm about to find out. Can you tell me what is a Cloudflare captcha? All right, push successfully. So like this is like this is pretty much good. Oh, it's a security tool used to protect websites from automated bot spam. Oh, so you're saying it got around a Cloudflare CAPTCHA, like, because the CAPTCHA is there for security. So it was able to, like, basically, are what you're saying is like, it sounds like you're saying that, that Perplexity was able to basically, like, hack through the CAPTCHA. That's pretty crazy because I thought those things were, like, super secure. Um, wow, yeah, it did get around it. So, wow, I guess, if it could get around it, then I'm guessing it could probably is a very good security audit, and maybe even Perplexity Computer would be a good, like, security tool to make sure the security is better. It did ask for a security code to get in, which was emailed. The human had to add the numbers. Okay. And then, yeah, it would make sense that in the future the AI could just look at the number from the email. But still, that's impressive. Yeah, cloud security. That's what I was thinking. Like, when like, that was one of the first things when I started learning about vibe coding and all this stuff, and I was like, something tells me that unfortunately, like, people are going to be using these tools to do a lot of hacking, and it's going to be way more important than ever before to make sure your security is on point with anything you build. Wow, yeah, that's really interesting. That definitely makes me, in a way, that makes me want to try Perplexity even more. I think I just need to. I feel like I should wait till I actually, like, build out my main hub, because right now I just have, like, MVPs, and they don't really have, like, security because they're free, or, like, only one of them I think even has a login. Okay, that would make sense. If it's on the Chrome install, the detection doesn't work as well, probably. So, yeah, that's super interesting. Um, let's see. That makes me think about crypto too. Like, I'd be willing to bet somebody's, like, already trying to see if AI can, like basically, like, break codes on crypto. But yeah, I noticed too, like, I started getting like, multiple texts coming in from, like, mostly companies that I wasn't subscribed to, like Lyft, and, like, I think it was like Uber Eats or something like that. And it was like all one after the other, like, here's your, like, password reset code, click this link. So essentially, someone, I looked it up, and most likely what happened was someone created a bot to be able to, like, take someone's email and just have it fire off, like, a bunch of, like, reset my password links. And then I didn't answer, but I did get some, like, random probably, like, scammer calls that was from different area codes from, like, my usual scammer calls. And I'm pretty sure that those calls came through, like, right when those updates came through down my phone, that someone was trying to, like, get into my accounts, and they were probably trying to call me saying that, like, it was them that was, like, the company, and they wanted me to, like, press the button or something. But yeah, definitely gotta get the game up with the security, because I can tell it's already changing real quick with what these, like, scammer people are able to do. Um, Javi's using the Perplexity AI computer now to build a trading indicator for the S&P. It's actually giving a pine with an 86% win rate. Wow, in the last 90 days so far. Yeah, that is very awesome. Um, that is cool. So it's like, are you building like a trading indicator that's like never existed before, or is it kind of like comparing different indicators um to like find what the best kind of like combination of indicators is? I guess is kind of what I'm wondering. Looking for a free LLM API. OpenRouter has one at the moment called OpenRouter Hunter Alpha. That's good to know. I gotta check that out. I'm taking that note down right now. Um, OpenRouter Hunter Alpha. Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, you had it for the indicator. Sounds like you had it backtest pre, intra, and post war patterns for Middle East conflicts. Oh, that's smart. Seeing if there's a buy the dip horizon. Tested 30 strategies and used the top five, and you applied it to TradingView. So essentially, that was all about like looking at how these the Middle East wars in the past or conflicts affected the market, and it sounds like it did find at least five strategies that like it found like similarities to what it's doing. That's really interesting. Um, that like almost makes me want to like I feel like there could be like a whole new industry in like creating customized trading indicators, or even not even customized but like new trading indicators. Like someone could create like a war trading indicator, so like I guess anytime there's any war, someone could just like, say like what country is going to war, what country is having a conflict right now, and then it could just like backtest to see like in the past, how when that country had a conflict, how it affected the markets. Yeah, there's so much to this. Like we're really like, it's so awesome to know that we're all so early in like what's possible right now, and that the future is going to take all this stuff to just like such a new level. Um, yeah, my trading's getting better. Um, Even like some of these tools I designed for like beginners, and I'm using them, and it's like brushing up on stuff that I like forgot that I like didn't know. Like I learned a long time ago, and I just stopped like applying it. But yeah, I can tell like I just got to keep making better tools and keep having them get better, and I'll just I'll just make stuff like that's like we can all just make stuff that's like better than anything out there, and is gonna take this all to the next level. Um, Not only that, but I think it's gonna be interesting to see the effect. If this stuff gets like mass implemented, if we make stuff that, or when we make stuff that's just like so on point that it's like it like almost never fails. I mean, everyone will want to use it. And if everyone's using these, if these indicators are so good that everyone wants to use them, like that should have a huge effect on the market. And like wow, yeah, I feel like this is gonna have a not only a big effect on like our ability to like trade better, but it's gonna like change the market altogether. Um, like the tool I just made is all about like seeing order books and what's likely bot traffic, and being able to like understand the order books better as far as like where the like real orders actually are. um these bots all thought they probably had like the upper edge, and we could just make these bots so that they can't even like beat the bots type thing. But yeah, there's so much potential. I can't wait to every day is like just so awesome to see if I can build something that's better than the day before. But yeah, I'm gonna take a note down too to try different like war indicators, like try that out. But yeah, I don't really see much else that I could make better right now. I feel like this indicator is pretty good for the order book truth. I guess I should probably, yeah, I gotta try some other, maybe something that's like less volume. Apathy. Yeah, I'll take a note down for that too. Okay, for data scraping. Okay. So yeah, I can see it looks like there's a lot, not a lot less, but like a considerable amount less of like bots on something like Shiba than there is on something like Bitcoin. And that's like something I didn't understand before. The it's even showing that like different crypto, whereas like the market sentiment um was like slightly bullish for Bitcoin and slightly bearish for Ethereum. So it's definitely and yeah, even less bots on Ethereum than there is on Bitcoin. Wow. But yeah, I gotta get some food, take a break. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. And I hope you got some value off of what I had to say. Trying to create massive value in every way with no delay. So you know that's how it goes. Trying to build something better day after day and just keep on flowing and going until I get to my goal, and then set a bigger goal. So yeah, it's good to see where this is all going, and the future looks great, and there's so much that's going to be possible that I can't wait to see. So yeah, everybody have a good night.